How do we do? How do we do? Oh, any minute now, I'll be getting a coffee delivered. Any second. I've put my orders in. This is the beauty of having what do they call it? I don't know if I'm going to say the right word now. So if this means something else, then I've obviously cocked up. Is it a harem, a haram of women? What I mean is, this is the beauty of having loads of daughters and a wife. I can literally just say, "Oh, I want this, I want that," and they just get it. As long as they don't catch me boasting about it, and then I don't get nothing. Anyway, Sunday night. How the devil are we? Are we all well? Oh, who have we got on? Let's see. Let's wait for some. Let's wait for the chat. Someone say hello so I know the chat's working. Is the microphone working for the start? Do I need to turn this up? Can you hear me or not? Okay. Fraser Summers, Nick O, John Andrews, Calvin Jones, Gaz Jones, Brian Costello, Lee Farrow, Dave. Whoa, if I can go too fast, I can't keep up. Wait there, let's see. Lee Farrow, Dave Noble, all okay, Kurt. Cheers, my mate. Fraser Summers, Wayne Holden, Alfie Lander, John McDonald, South Oxfordshire plastering, Martin Reader, Barry Davidson, AJ never clicked on a live faster. Cheers, AJ. Ben Williams, all right there, buddy. Steve Harvey, Paul Matthews. I'm going to tell you something funny in a minute. Look at what's going on. Feel naked without my beard. DBT Jambo, Wayne Pearson, Mike, Willie Bustede, Kevin Howson, Jimmy 87, Steve Hughes, Manny, Emilius. Oh, right. So, first off, let me tell you what happened here. The latest video I've uploaded, the last one I've just uploaded, I don't know if you've seen it or not. It's about repairing a lath and plaster ceiling on a kitchen that is getting ripped out, which stupidly I forgot to mention. So everyone's saying, "Oh, you didn't put a dust sheet. You didn't put a dust sheet." I'm like, the kitchen's going. But anyway, they just want to keep it in for the time being until the new one's like in the house. But anyway, I did a little sponsored integration for a company called Manscaped that do men's grooming products, razors, beard trimmers, and they do all like for your body hair and all that. You can shave all that off. And I was practicing. I was doing the I was filming a little advert for it. Trimming the top of the beard in neat. And I thought, oh, I'll start. I'll take it down just a little bit. I'm doing this, and then it didn't really take much off. So I went a little bit further, and then well, one thing led to another. Next minute, ended up taking a big chunk out the side of my beard. Oh, and then I was like, fucking shaved a lot off now. So I was gutted. And my mum was here. My mum actually come to see me, and my missus was getting the baby to bed. So my mum was filming me, and I went out, shaved off. I went, and she's like, "You didn't mean to do that, son, did you?" I went, "I've had a beard for the best part of 2 years, like a full sort of beard, and then." Oh, thankfully, it's starting to grow back just ever so slightly now, but it was like right down to the wood. Oh, flipping heck. Now, tomorrow, I don't know who knows this or not. I don't know who knows this or not, but there's another channel on YouTube called Trial Talk by Stuart Roberts. Now, Stuart has got a Facebook group, and what they do is every year they organise a little meet up, a little get together in Edinburgh. They all go to Scotland, and I got invited to it, and I was like, I don't really know. I've got things to do. I've got my bathrooms to get on with. I've got work commitments. I've got all the rest of it, and I was a bit and ahhing whether I should go or not. And anyway, next minute, one thing or another. I don't know if I'm allowed to say, but I won't say who it was, but somebody else has paid for a hotel for me. So now I've got to go. Now I haven't got a choice. So tomorrow I've got to travel. I don't know even know. It's about a 5 hour drive, I think, up to Edinburgh, to go and see a few of the lads up there. So if any of you guys live close to flipping Scotland, you know, and you want your Uncle Kirk to buy you a pint, feel free to drop in and I'll get you a few bevies in. But it'd be good to meet some of you guys. I know I bump into people around where I live, but yeah, that's where I'll be tomorrow, Edinburgh. Flipping last time I was in Scotland, I must have been about 18, and it was flipping nuts. I mean, it's nuts where I live. Round Ellesmere Port's a crazy place, but Glasgow we were in, or Greenock. That is a flipping wild place up there, like. But anyway, Edinburgh. So tomorrow morning, first thing, that's the flipping long drive ahead. Where are we up to here anyway? Mark Davis, you only look 21, Kirky. Mate, I'm not actually that old. I just look old. Andy B, how many hours will you be on for tonight? I don't know, mate. Well, right, to be honest with you, I'm like a last minute guy. I haven't packed anything. I mean, it doesn't take much for me to pack. Literally, my toothbrush and my bank card is all I need. But I'm thinking I want to throw a bag together with all my bits of kit in it. I want to take my laptop so I can edit a video whilst I'm there, maybe, so I can get something done. I've got to take my diary, and basically I'll just be there, just doing everything I normally do at home, but there I'm potentially going to the pub every night. So we'll see how that goes. What I need to pack ultimately, maybe first thing in the morning we'll get that done. Gary Fletcher, great to see you. Cheers, Gary. Halster, how's it going, mate? Nicholas Marsh, the microphone has a fault. You seem to have a funny Scouse accent. Cheers, mate. Yeah. Do you know what though? If you had me and you had a Scouser next to me, I don't sound anything like Scouse. Mate, no, I do a little bit. I'd imagine a little bit, but if there's a true Scouser sort of talking, then I'm like a world apart. Ben Williams, you got manscalped, mate. I'll be honest with you, I felt like crying a little bit. I felt a bit gutted. I was like, fucking, have I managed to do that? And then I realised as well, I was like, underneath that beard, there's quite a lot of fat, that was concealing quite like a second chin and all sorts of, I think it hid it quite well. Oh, flipping. Oh, spot on. Cheers, chicken. See, I don't know if you've seen the start of this. You've seen your little head popping in. We can see your head. Pop your head in again. There's the head. This is our Isabel. You okay?
Yeah, the baby's splashing me.
Oh, and the little fella, he knows how to. The little Kirk knows how to operate the hose pipe, so he terrorizes his sisters. In fact, just whilst I'm telling you about him, the little lad, he's nearly 2. He had me pinned in the house yesterday. He had the hose pipe. Someone had left the big tap on, so he had the little squirty gun end, and he was aiming it. And every time I tried to come out the door, he was flipping blasting me away. And then, so I stayed in the house and I was shouting at him out the back door, like, "Stop it! Stop it!" Like, little shit. He only come over, opened the cat flap, and was spraying me through the cat flap into the kitchen. I was like, little sod. He's flipping nuts, isn't he, your little brother? Like, anyway, I'm all right, sweetheart. I'll vet. I'm okay. Do you want some money? Yeah. Welcome to life as a dad. It's just like money. Just use the cash when they come. Oh, okay. Use the Starling card. That one. That one, yeah. All right, sweetheart. Shut the door, please, chicken. Make sure that door's shut as well so the cats can't come in. I know, but I don't want them to even try it. All right. I don't even want to take a chance of coming in here. I love you. Oh, right. Sorry, guys. There we go. Right. You got Manscaped. Look who younger there. Yeah. Cheers, Dave. I am only 37. Right. Fair. I don't know how old everyone thinks I am, but I'm only 37. I'm not actually old. I'm sort of middle aged, aren't I? Ryan Davis, how you doing, mate? James Parker, hey buddy, you're an absolute legend. Explained how to do your job, and I've just done a plastering job, and with your advice, did an amazing job, and the client was well pleased. Cheers, bro. Spot on, James. Nice one, mate. Fraser Summers. Funny enough, I'm working in Edinburgh tomorrow. Fraser, what I'll do is what we plan is when we're going to end up in a boozer somewhere. They did tell me the name of it. I don't even know what it's called. I've got it in my messages. When I'm in there, I'll probably go live from there and tell you where I am as well. So if tomorrow evening, you know, I don't know what time, but I'll do a little broadcast there and let everyone know where, you know, if you're about, if you're in Edinburgh, then drop in. Ashley Ward, how you doing, mate? How do you get rid of dinks in your carbon steel trowel? Right. Funny enough, it depends how big the dink is in the trowel. You can rub them out. Before now, I've clinked the trowel and I've rubbed it out on like on a bit of brick. You can use, you know, proper stones that you sharpen chisels on. I can't think what it's called now. There's they make like a new thing now, and it's got different grey grits on it for sharpening chisels. It's like a sharpening block, and you can turn it over in its base. It's got different grades on it. You could use one of those. But what I've done loads of times, because I'll be in the middle of doing a job, is just get another carbon steel trowel and sharp, you know, like steel sharpens steel if you just rub the blades together, you know, like how you'd sharpen a knife, just similar sort of principle to that. But you have to really imagine. I'm doing this now so you can see. Imagine that's the edge of the trowel. You want to be going like that, right? Say this is the one with the dink in it. So you get another trowel and you're doing this on the blade of it and slowly start until the blades are almost crisscross. It's horrible. It feels like it goes through me doing it, but that'll actually take a little nick out your trowel. It just depends. If you've blown a flipping big hole in it, then it might be a bit, you know, it's repairable, but take a lot of work to get it back again. What you don't want to do is take too much of a curve out your trowel, you know. Gordon Barber, try the haggis, mate. Do you know I've had this a few times with my missus because my missus, right? She's like a Thai woman, really. You know, she's not. She's English, but you know, she'll eat anything. It doesn't matter. You know, if it's still alive, she'll yeah. Whereas I I just like I've had jellyfish once. I just like to eat the mussels. That's it. You know what I mean? Like if I have a chicken, I just want to eat its muscles. Whereas you know, flipping, she'd eat flipping and she'd eat haggis. I'm not touching the stuff though. Thank you very much. Um, Alfie had me a bit scared with the title. Yeah, sorry for clickbaiting you, Sam. I clickbaited you. I am leaving tomorrow, but I'm leaving Ellesmere Port. I'm not leaving YouTube. Not yet, anyway. Manny Emilius, what was the boxing about? All do you know what? I didn't even watch it last night. I've never really. I wanted to. I would have liked to have watched the boxing last night, but I've never watched sports at home. I've never had the sports channels. I've never really been into it. I don't watch footy anyway. I mean, sorry guys. I know loads. Everyone follows football. I never did. I was the little fat kid in school. It all started from primary school. Little fat kid. No one ever used to want to pick me on the team. I used to get picked on by the other kids. Absolutely useless at football. My mum used to send me to school in hush puppy sandals when I was little. She used to dress me up thinking I looked dead cute. Right, little cardigan with the big buttons on it, right? Looking like what Paddington Bear flipping, like his little duffel coat, like one of those with the buttons on. And then my little shorts that she'd made herself from school pants because I'd burnt holes in the knees. So she'd turn them into shorts and put a little hem at the bottom of them. And then I'd have hush puppy sandals on with me socks on, right? And all the other kids were turning up in there, like, you know, in the kickers and the spray away coats. And there's me dressed up like flipping mummy's little soldier. And then she'd wonder why everyone was picking at me. So then that was like in the first couple of years of primary school. And I got, got to a certain age, and then they took me boxing. So I started going boxing, and I ended up being like, I wouldn't say good at it. Like I haven't got loads of style, but they figured out, oh, he can his little fat head can take a bit of a beating. Like he's not scared of getting punched. So I got quite good at boxing, and then in school, like I stopped getting picked on so much then, because I was just splatting them when they started. But football never used to get picked. There'd be a line of kids, when you all line up and they go, I'll have him, I'll have him, I'll have I'd be at the end, I'd be the last one. And then when the kid that's got like they're the last one picking, and they're like, oh, we've got to have him. like I was a burden. Having me was worse than having no one. So I just thought, stuff this. I'm not flipping playing football. So I never played football all through school and never followed it. So I just never got interested in it. So we never watched it on the telly at home. And although I like the boxing, I used to only watch amateur boxing. I'd love watching amateur boxing and professional boxing. It's completely different. It's like, I know you have to be an amateur before you go pro and all this, but you watch young amateur boxing, mate, it's like 3 rounds. It's a completely different sport altogether, or it seems that way, and so I just never really got into watching anything. Now, last night I just said to my missus, I would like to watch the fight. It was on fairly early, and I would like to watch it. And I knew my brother-in-law would have it on, or my other brother-in-law would have it on. And when we actually looked, my missus checked on Facebook, see where they are and what they're up to. And they were both together at another friend of ours' house, all in the back garden. They had the big screen out in the back garden and a fire pit and all this, and they were watching it outside in the garden at a friend's house. And this is how I know I'm getting old. We looked at each other and went, outside with the mosquitoes. Yeah. Oh, we'll just go to bed. So we just went to bed about 9 o'clock and went to sleep. Flipping nuts, innit? That's how I know I'm getting old. I'd rather flipping go to bed. Where are we going here now? Flipping I've missed a few comments here now. Right. Jamie Farugia. Mate, if I'm saying your name wrong, I do apologise. To get rid of drinks in your trial, to get rid of drinks in your trial, use a red house brick. There you go. Yeah, Jamie's on it. Joe, Mrs. Doyle, Rich, I'd get you a few jars, mate. But I'm in Ayrshire. I know how to say that. I just can't pronounce it. Ayrshire. Oh, flipping. Don't laugh at me. I could show you some places of character here. I flipping bet you could, mate. I remember we were about, me and my mate went there to Greenock or Greenock, however you pronounce it. And we were going to see his family. They're all up that way. And we ended up getting these couple of girls. I mean, what was that? I must have been about 17 or just turned 8. Anyway, we got these. It was before I even knew who my missus was. But we got these 2 girls back to our hotel with us, young lads. Anyway, when they wanted to go, must have been about 2 o'clock in the morning. They were getting off, like they were going, and they phoned the mates who come and picked them up outside. They could have just gone down the stairs. They just jumped off the balcony. Just jumped off the balcony and went like it was like a normal way to leave. Like, didn't even say like see ya, see, and just hopped off and just flipping jumped onto the grass and just walked off. Flipping nuts. Absolutely flipping crackers. Silverback Gamer. Evening, Kirk, mate. So you just joined now. Where are we off to tomorrow, buddy? Scotland, mate. Edinburgh tomorrow for a couple of days. Edinburgh, there's going to be a load of plasterers and beginners, and I don't know. Basically, I don't really go on Facebook all that much, but there's a group called Trial Talk, and there's a load of fellas in there. I think there's thousands of fellas in the group ultimately, and they all go off to Edinburgh once a year and have a meet up, and all have a few beers and go for a curry I mean, I don't know how many go. Could be 100, could be 20. I don't know. Just depends how many people turn up. Um, but I'm off there. So someone kindly booked me a hotel as like a little thank you. Um, well, yeah, I'm not going to say it. Someone that I like to promote a little bit, you know, because he's a good fella. Promote stuff a little bit. He um, kindly booked me in at a nice hotel for a couple of nights. So yeah, I sort of couldn't wriggle out of it then. Not that I'd want to, not that I'd want to, but you know, I'm one of them. I'm busy. You know, I've got a family, I've got a business and stuff. There's always things that pop up, isn't there? I tell you what's just happened as well. Just as I've confirmed that I'm definitely going to be going to Edinburgh, the same day, which was about 3 or 4 days ago. I don't know why I did it, but I pulled up, and you know when you sometimes you just put your foot down your van a little bit, just rev it, just sat there, just thought I'll just give it a vroom, vroom, you know, just give it a couple of revs, and I heard this like like a rattling noise. Well, that doesn't sound right. Took it to the garage, and he just said, "Oh yeah, 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 checking it. Your dual mass flywheel's on its way out." I was like, I'm going to Edinburgh in like 2 days. Can you fix it before then? And this is he's like, no, we can't. We won't have it. We don't have time to do it then. He said, but don't worry, it's only just started. You'll be fine. Like famous last words. You'll be fine. You'll easily drive to Edinburgh and back. Don't worry about it. I, I was like, mate, I don't want to be like a couple of 100 miles away from home and then my van flipping flywheel. I don't know what they do. I don't know what the flywheel does. Fly off. I don't know. I don't even know what the purpose of it is. But apparently, if it breaks, then I'm stuck wherever I am with my van. So, but he's promised me that it'll be fine. And if anything were to happen, he'd come and rescue me. So we'll see. Hopefully, I'll make it. Uh, Mike, I reckon in that pub you'll become the trial talk arm wrestling champ. Now, do you know? I don't know. I don't know if Mike, if you've been prompted to say that by something, or if you've just said that off the cuff. I'm not even getting into it. I'm not even going to entertain the arm wrestling. Mm. I have been known to be quite good at it, but what tends to happen is you win a few arm wrestles and then you don't think nothing of it, and then the next day all your joints are just in bits. So I mean, I've done it that many times. I mean, that's stupid to realise now. It's just not worth it. It's not worth the agony the next day for the little bit of machoism the day before. Um, like my son only pops in when he needs money or something for his PlayStation. The joys of being a parent. Telling you, mate. Telling you. Mm. What's even more funny is the other daughter's got my card details saved to her phone. She was just like, Dad, can I get such and such on Amazon? And you know, when I've got 3 daughters, so I'm constantly sort of getting like little, you know, pecked at just a little bit. I don't mind it, but you know, they're always asking for something. Doesn't whenever you look at one of them, they want something. Like, will you end up just sort of passive? Yeah, yeah, no worries, sweetheart. And I'm thinking, you know, by tomorrow she'll have forgot about that. It'll be something else. Well, because she's got my card details saved now, she'll ask me, Dad, can I have something? Yeah, no worries, chicken will sort it. Boom, it's done, it's bought. I'm like, where's that? There was money in there before. You said. I'm like, why have you got my card details saved to your phone? Flipping nuts. Ah, you're sort of getting an insight, aren't you, into my life here? You're sort of getting like a flipping little peep into my crazy world where I'm just like a hamster on a wheel, just flipping pedaling to keep all these flipping in the nice little lifestyles that they've got. Ah, Joe, cheers, mate. No me onions. Cheers, pal. Tony Matthews, I used a thermalite block that worked well to get dinks out. Yeah, I'd say it's a bit softer thermalite, but I mean, it just take a bit longer, I suppose. Um, Calvin, cheers, mate. Uh, Incognito, right, mate. Right, where are we going here now? Chris Riley, you're on the wheel yourself, mate. Spot on. Thanks for the compliment, mate. Alex Cook, Where do you get your 14 by 4-inch trowel, mate? I can't find them anywhere. Right. Do you want to know why you can't find any 14 by 4 trowels? Do you want me to tell you the reason why? I know because I bought a load and they had to be shipped in. I bought basically, I bought a load of Amazon. This was a while ago. I bought a load of Amazon until basically I couldn't find any more. And then I was trying to get some through. Right, I'll tell you a little. So they made a fatal mistake, really. Right, I tried to buy some through my local builders merchants, and they was struggling to find the trowel that I was like, listen, it's a 14 by 4-inch carbon steel. I said, I know you sell them. This is what I'm saying to him, Hughes Gray, the man behind the counter. I said, I know you sell them because I bought my last one from here. So I know that you actually sell them. I said, it's a 14 before carbon steel, spring steel, carbon steel, whatever you want to say. Kirk, he said, he said, do us a favor. He said, go on our supplier's website and find the trowel and then come back to me and tell me the code. Right. So I'm thinking, yeah, that makes sense, doesn't it? I'll go to the supplier's website and then come back in and tell you so you can put your little bit on top. So I thought I'll just go straight to the supplier. I bought all of them. That was all he had in stock. That's the supplier that supplies the builders merchants. They supply I think he said he supplied Travis Perkins, they supply Hughes Gray, a few he reeled off a few of the companies that he supply. Anyway, so I just said, how many 44 trouts have you got? So I bought a few off him. I said, all the ones that you got in stock, I bought them. And I said, get me another 10, please. And then I had to wait for them to be delivered from America. So that's it. That's why you can't find any more, mate, because I've got them here. Sorry. Uh, Calvin leaving on a jet. Do you know what? I actually looked at the flights. I was thinking I could fly from Liverpool to Scotland, and I know, there's lads from London that are flying up there, but I thought it's a bit lazy, innit? I'm like halfway up the country. It's only a little bit to drive. It's only a couple of 100 miles. Like, you know, it's not like I'm going from the bottom to the top. Right. Tony, Lurch Gaming off to Scotland, mate. I'm off to Edinburgh tomorrow. Tony Matthews, Stainless, etc. Uh, what's going on here? What's right with Liverpool School Plastering just gifted 5 more membership, mate. You're a flipping legend. Cheers, mate. Thank you very much. That's 5 more people got the behind the scenes videos. I haven't been uploading loads of them, but they're gonna get more and more unedited behind the scenes. There's going to be loads of them getting uploaded soon. So if you want the membership, you can watch them. But ultimately, thank you very much, mate. You're a gentleman. Where's that? Where was he up to there? Calvin, how's the apprentice getting on? He's sound. He's getting there. He's a good lad, to be fair. Young Leighton. He's mad. He's when I say the lad's mad as a box of frogs, he's actually crackers. Like genuinely, he's a very well mannered, very punctual. Do you know what? I've touched wood. I have been so lucky with having young Kieran and then young Leighton straight after. There was a lad in the middle. Things went a bit sideways with him. Like he had to go. But Leighton, he's very similar to Kieran. He's got his ADHD, you know, so he has ADHD and OCD, and he's, you know, everything has to be nice and routine for him. Like, you know, he comes to my house every single morning at the same time. Even if I tell him I have a lie-in tomorrow, he can't. He just wakes up at the same time. He does everything the same. So, I mean, it's funny to me. But we're driving home, and I look at him sometimes. I can just feel him looking at me, and I look like he's just there. Like, what are you doing? You're freaking me out. He just starts laughing. Wait, there's a what's up, love? Yeah, is he watching? Is he? Tell him to say hello on here then. What? What's his mum and his brother called? Right. Okay. Charlie, big shout out to your mum, Donna, and your brother, Ollie. Hey, thanks for tuning in, guys. Donna's thinking, Maisie's dad's crazy. Fine. Yeah, Leighton's absolutely nuts. I've been looking with him. He's a good lad. He is a spot on lad. He's just the thing with training apprentices. I don't. For me, he's got to get his mixing down to a T. He's got to get his cleaning up absolutely spot on. It takes time to learn all the processes of everything. So I want to get to a job and I want him to instantly know what we're doing. You know, I don't want to say to him, get the sealer out the van, get the beads out the van, sheet up, do this. You know, I want him to be at the point where we pull up and he's in and he's cheated and he's taking the socket fronts off and he's sealing without me saying anything. You know, he's got the buckets ready, he's filling waters up. He needs to get to that point where he's ahead of me. And I said to him, well, you know, he knows the score. Once he's ahead of me, once he can mix perfectly and everything flows smoothly, and he'll have lots and lots of time to just be stood around. And it's in that time where he'll learn to plaster. But at the minute, he's still sort of busy. You know, I'll say, Leighton, get some water. Oh, go and get some buckets out the van. And, you know, and he's filling waters up and he's watching the water fill up. And I say to him, like, whilst that's filling, do that, you know. So once he's mastered all that, once all that sort of becomes automatic, then he can start to learn to plaster. But there's no point me teaching him to start putting walls on. And then he's like, oh, I need this. Oh, I need that. And my wall's setting. And, you know, I don't like chaos. Everything has to just be nice and smooth and calm and, you know, a nice chilled out day with no mess. Whereas you start putting people, ultimately what it is, I don't want to put him under pressure. I want him to feel completely competent at what he's doing and then add a little bit more to him each time, you know, rather than sort of forcing him, you know, and him feeling overwhelmed and like he's getting everything wrong, you know, because that's another thing. Some lads react differently to different stimulus, you know. So when I was younger, my old fella saying to me, "You'll never make a plasterer. You're not good enough." That for me used to spur me on because I'd prove him wrong, you know, in my. So I used to like people saying, "You're useless. You'll never make a plasterer. As long as you've got a hole in your backside, you'll never make a plaster." I would be like determined to prove you wrong. Whereas, you know, another lad that would break his spirit and he'd give up, you know. And some lads work better, you know. He said, hey, you've done a flipping cracking job there, mate. You know, I've been watching what you're doing and you've done a fine job. Well done, mate. You know, I don't say too much to you, but fair play. You've done, you know, you're coming on well. And that G's some lads up. So just sussing the lad out, isn't it? And knowing what's going to work best for him. And I don't, you know, yeah. Anyway, enough of that. I've gone on enough about that, haven't I? Kelvin, catch up on the videos, top man. Incognito, do you have any contacts in Swadling Coat area, Kirk? Anyone needs a 37-year-old reliable grafter? I'm currently doing a level 2 course at Chameleon. I don't know. Need a bit of work / experience. Right, so tell you an interesting thing, mate. The job I did the other day, I will literally skim the kitchen for the lady, and she works for the job centre. Now, don't just before you start getting any mad ideas that I'm taking the piss. She works at the job centre. If you are currently seeking work, they will pay for you to go and get a CSCS card. Now, where I'm going with this is you'll get on a building site near you a lot easier. That's going to be your easiest route in. And if you go to the job centre and you are currently unemployed or looking for work, they will pay for you to get a CSCS card, which is, I think it's a couple of £100. I would get your CSCS card, get a hard hat, viz, and a pair of boots, and then go to a building site and you'll get work easier. Actually turning up and asking a plasterer. And when I say that as well, the amount of text messages I get for people asking me for the job, just random texts. I tell you now, if I'm on a job, right, and somebody turns up and they've not walking past, like they've literally come and they're like, "Excuse me, I've come to see you. You know, when you get a minute, can I have a word with you?" and asks you for a job, and I say, look, I've brought all my kit and what have you, and I just want to prove myself to you, mate. There's a 99% chance you would get a job doing that. Someone just sending you the text message, sort of saying any work going, you know, you get loads of them. So if you're really serious about getting work, mate, then that's the route I'd go down. Actually, go find a plasterer and go and see him. Turn up. Maybe not do it as job, but site plasterers are going to be easier to get in with the domestic plasterers. You'll get a job far easier with a building site plasterer rather than a fellow that works in people's homes on a daily basis. Jordan B. All right, Kirk, watching you live on a Sunday night as I'm away to Edinburgh tomorrow. Lord, keep it up, mate. Jordan, I'll be there, mate. So see you tomorrow. I will see you tomorrow, my old mate. NAFO or NAFO Badger Brigade. Any thoughts on using plasterboard adhesive as a deep filler on quirky jobs? Yeah, that's fine. I've filled loads of chases with plasterboard adhesive over the years. It sets nice and hard. It sticks to everything, just a little damp down. Not wet, just a little damp down in whatever you're doing, and plasterboard adhesive is great. The only thing I found plasterboard adhesive doesn't stick to is paint. So it doesn't matter what you get, everything you don't want it to stick to, it'll stick quite well to. But when it comes, if you're trying to go over a wall or something, if you're trying to, you always seal paint, But yeah, I find it's nicer to work with than bonding. The only reason I wouldn't use it on loads and loads of chases is because when you mix hardwall or bonding coat and adhesive, you will get more volume from bonding coat than what you will from adhesive, so you'll fill more chases. But if it's just one or two, I'd use adhesive if it was on the van. Rich, true story. Me and a mate pulled a couple of birds from Greenock as well. And yes, it's rough as. Yes, it's pronounced Ayrshire. That's it. Pines on top for you anytime, mate. Cheers. Thank you very much, Rich. Sorted.
Yeah.
How many rupees did that cost? 25. Flipping heck, you better do the dishes for your mum.
For what? It comes in the box.
No, not your dishes. You've got to earn the money. Come on, because I'm trying to show these guys that I'm a good parent, and you actually get little tasks. Not that you just live a little life around and have everything you want. Do you have a hard life? Do you have a hard life? Do you have an easy life? Yeah. Are you my favourite? You are indeed, aren't you? Right, sweetheart. Right, okay.
Charlie commented on your live, by the way.
Did he? I haven't seen his comment yet.
I think he said I'm your biggest fan or something.
He's a little legend, isn't he?
Yeah.
All right, chicken. Right, I love you. I'll see you in a little bit, okay?
Do you want any of it?
No, thank you, sweetheart. I'm full. Thank you very much. Jordan B, I'll see you there, mate. Kirk would be a gold arm wrestler. Do you know where? And so, tell you what was mad once, right? I finished work. I was working in Birkenhead, which is like you got Ellesmere Port here, and then you've got Birkenhead, and then sort of Birkenhead's just this side of the water of the River Mersey, and then you go through into Liverpool. Okay, so Birkenhead's just this side of the River Mersey. It's a Birkenhead. It's a bit of a rough place. I finished work. This was a good few years ago, and I thought I'll just nip into a pub, So I just walked into this pub on my own, and when you go in, it was like a local pub for local people. So the minute you walk in, right, like literally everyone just stops and just looks at you, right, because they don't know you. So I just I've just opened the door and like that. Sound okay? You can't go backwards. You've got to go in. Everyone in the booze is looking at you. So I've gone in anyway. Ordered a drink. Everyone just carries on doing what they're doing again. I'm having a beer at the bar, and then next minute, some lad shouts over to me, "Hey mate, have an arm wrestle." And I was like, "I'm all right, mate. I'm only having this while I'm going." And then you're like, "Go ahead, mate. Go ahead. Go ahead." So then they're like flipping. There's a few of them like, "Go ahead, mate," because they were having like a little arm wrestling competition. I didn't want nothing to do with it. And then someone was like, "You fanny?" Oh, flipping. So then, next minute, there's an, you know, I'm like, all right, whatever, sound. So I've sat down. I had an arm wrestle with this lad. Literally just went up, bing, finished, he was gone. And then they were like, get Davo, get Davo. And then this fella come over, right? I'm not kidding you. He had arms like me thighs. He was massive. I think he'd been having, you know, the injectables, like, because his flipping head was about that big. So he come over, and I've actually got the video of this. I've actually got the video. Um, I tell you what, actually, I'll pull the video out and I'll upload it for you. I'll put it on the members thing so you can see it, because it's if I put it on my normal channel, because it's not what everyone wants to see, it kills me algorithm off. So you know, it stops, doesn't help me YouTube sort of thing. So I'll put it on the members thing. But anyway, he's we've been having the arm wrestle, and to be fair, he was flipping strong, but I beat him. He wasn't happy, so I thought I beat him. I've got it, and I left. And funny enough, I didn't know who filmed it or what, but he was like no one had ever beat him in the pub. So I just finished my drink and went. The barmaid who I was getting served off, I was having a little chat to her. She's like, "Oh, you working around here?" So I was having a little chat to her. But she'd seen me van in the car park and seen who I was. She tracked me down found me on Facebook and sent me the video. About 2 weeks later, I just got this random message request, and she goes, "Oh, I thought you might like this. Everyone's been, you know, everyone in the pub's been sharing it round, like it's gone round all their local community. This fella, this Davo, getting beat out." And she sent me the video as well. So that's right. Anyway, listen. I'm sorry. I was sitting here like sort of blowing myself up all night. I'm just a mad experience. But anyway, soon after that, I just finished my pint and went, because I was thinking I'm going to get filled in here. So I just need to get out of here. um, ba, ba, ba. Where what have we got? I'm going to just sorry guys, I've skipped through it. If I've missed your comments, I do apologise. I've just, when I scroll down my screen, it goes zoom, and it goes straight to the bottom to the latest comments. So I've just literally missed a load of comments. Sorry. Um, oh, here we go. Charlie Carter. I'm your biggest fan. Cheers, Charlie. You little nutter. Um, Lord of the Rings. Lucky you were not using that Nakashava Kirk. I know, yeah. Flipping nuts, isn't it? I've learned from me. Learn from me lesson though, mate. Flipping don't mess around with them. I just leave it to the barber to do it next time. Yeah, me think that was smart. Straight down to the wood. Um, Jordan B. I put plastering videos on when my girlfriend's over and she hates it. Yeah, I must admit, mate. I don't think my missus would like it either. Um, it's easily 700 quid in the wallet. There's not, mate. There might have been 2 days ago. There's definitely not now. I've been rinsed since then. Um, what's this? Robardo Kennedy, you change ethnicity when you laugh. It's quality. I don't know if that's a compliment or an insult, but all right, I'll go with that. Cheers, mate. I don't know what ethnicity do I change to, mate. Um, uh, Raft microscopy. One question: I took some render out from a wall at my house since it was a bit wonky, and I used bonding to fill it back, but it's not drying. After 2 weeks, it still looks wet. Right. Okay. So there's a few things here, Raft. There's a few things that it could be. If the bonding's on really thick, you know, sometimes it can take a long time for it to dry out if it's on thick. So it could just be that. Just check what age your house is, and if you're in a house that, you know, sort of, I don't know, 40s and older than that, then you potentially might not have a cavity in the external walls. If it's an external wall and there's no cavity, and you put bonding coat on a solid 9-inch brick wall, then you could have a penetrating damp issue, because the original plaster might have been holding back the damp. If you've got sand and cement on with waterproofer and you've chopped that off, and put bonding coat in there instead, then that's not, it's not waterproofing that outside wall. And when it rains, then you're gonna be getting a thing called wicking, where you draw in the moisture in. And that's why they used to use lime plaster originally. Well, it's not the reason why, but it was one of the benefits of using lime plaster. It was breathable, so that could happen, and then it'd breathe and let it out. Well, it wouldn't, breathe like the walls going. It would just let the moisture disperse. Whereas cement-based products and gypsum-based products hold the moisture, so that's why they put waterproof in a cement-based product, because to stop it soaking into it just stops it coming into the cement. So if you put gypsum on there, then that will literally draw the moisture in from outside, from the brickwork. But it may not be an external wall. You may have a cavity. It might not be damp. It might just be because it's on so thick. Um, uh, Graham, this is about plastering. Okay, so I don't even know what Graham's comment is. Graham, trying to get tips. All right, Kelvin and Graham are having a little discussion. um, it's- what are these saying? I'm just reading the comments here. Someone's saying it's so true. It's the eyes. I don't know. Someone's taking the piss out my little eyes here, aren't they? Ethan H. Hard finding a plastering apprenticeship in Newcastle, mate. Don't know what to do. Oh, mate. Building sites. There's plastering going on in your area, mate. That genuinely is. It depends how you're trying to search for it. It's like you could be saying it's hard to find it, but then another lad tries a different way of finding it and finds it dead easy, to get in with someone. So I don't want to keep going on and on about it, because it gets a bit boring for everyone that's sort of. Do you know what I'm going to do? Actually, I tell you what I'm going to do, when I'm away in Edinburgh, I'm going to make a video specifically for how to find a plastering apprenticeship. I'm just going to sit there in the hotel room and make a video, so that then anytime anybody ever asks me in the live, I can direct you to that, and I'll make it as comprehensive as I possibly can, That's what I'll do whilst I'm away. That's a good plan. Nath, a day in the life of a spread. Talk about skimming in work and talk about skimming out of work. It's mad, isn't it? But it gets in your blood, mate. Plastering. Extraordinary cat game. Okay, that's a bunch of jumbled up words. Okay. Raft microscopy. Yeah, it's a 9-inch wall. Should have thought of that. Thanks, man. You're amazing. Yeah, no worries, mate. So all you need to do, if that's the situation, you'll chop bonding back out the wall very easy. Won't be difficult to get that back out. Just take that back out. You have a nice mix of sand and cement, 4-to-1 mix. You can measure that out with, if it's only a little bit, you can measure that out with a big bowl or something, a saucepan, 1 saucepan of cement, 4 saucepans of sand, or whatever. I'm just trying to give you tips to get the right amount. You could just gauge it on a shovel, but just so you get it all right, and then get a bottle of integral waterproofer and just read the instructions on the back for the ratio, and then just put the right amount in. Don't just put too much waterproof in. If you absolutely bladder it with waterproofer, it's fine, it'll work, but you'll make the width. Get your words out. You may be conscious of laughing now as well, you bastards. You'll make the mix very weak. Waterproofer will make the cement dusty if you put too much in. Alfie Lander, what are you going to Edinburgh for? Right, there's a YouTube channel called Trial Talk. A fella called Stuart Roberts runs the channel. He's got a Facebook group, and there's hundreds and hundreds, maybe thousands of plasterers in the group, and every year he organises a little getaway to Edinburgh, and a load of fellas go up there, fellas that are free at the time or whatever, and they all meet up, have a few beers, go for the cut. I don't know I've never been, but I know that they have a few. They're in the pub every night and they go for curries and meals out and what have you. And I've been sort of invited up, and I was umming and ahhing, and then next minute someone booked me a hotel, so I'm going. So I'm basically going. Can't say to you, I'm going to chill out to get no misses, no kids. It's just I just want to go and just lie on a hotel bed for like 6 hours just in peace, just no one asking me for nothing. Turn the phone off and just chill out. That's what I'm going for. Um, Mintegra 1. Hi Kirk, finally plucked up the courage to plaster the wall yesterday and it turned out better than expected. But thank you in the channel enough for all your advice and tips. Keep it up, Paul. You're a gentleman. Thank you very much, mate. Lord of the Rings. You missed nothing with the fight, mate. I know. Well, I've seen. I'm not really into spending hours watching TikTok and that. If I watch anything, I like to sort of watch on YouTube. Only because I don't want to get TikTok brain. If you get into watching TikTok too much or shorts too much, you'll find that your concentration span goes down. I noticed it when I first went on TikTok. I found that when I come off it, trying to read my book, like my concentration kept going, and I realised that every time I'm on TikTok for too long, it shortens my attention span. So just be careful with that. But anyway, I did spot on TikTok the other day a clip of Tyson Fury getting battered around the ring. So yeah, probably would have liked to have seen it, but tell you one thing that I can't flipping stand though. Fury's old fella, John Fury. Oh, mate, can you imagine having him as your dad? Flipping heck. I genuinely cringe for Tyson Fury. Just when you were just heard his old fella spouting off, I'm thinking, please, man, give your son a break. Just let he's the star of the show. Just leave him to it. Like, just be proud of him. He's like he's trying to steal the limelight off his son, man. It's flipping cringy. It's horrible to watch because I just think of the position Tyson's in. What can he say? It's his dad. He respects his dad, but he's probably thinking in the back of his head, mate, will you please just shut up and just be quiet? Flipping nuts, isn't he? Where are we going here? Getting a call at a night for work at 4:30. Silverback Gamer. Kirk, take care, mate, and enjoy your trip to Edinburgh. And good luck with your van getting there and back. It's surely fine. Cheers, mate. Cheers, pal. Thank you very much. Robardo Kennedy. You just look like a bit of a jolly Korean fella when you laugh. It's great. Flipping okay. Just call me Kirk Jong-un. It's Chico time. Right, okay. You've got to go. Sorry, guys. There's a strange dude in the comments. Hard use on the channel. See ya. Flipping. So whoever read that in writing things about little boys or whatever. Do you know the thing, right, with my life? I literally don't put any. I can put filters on this to stop people putting like certain words on and restrictions, or I can make it so it's only subscribers that can comment. But I like free speech, man. I like that anyone can say anything they want whenever they want. YouTube might block if you put loads of swear words in a, if you're trying to get a point across and you're using the F word. I think YouTube blocks that coming through, right? So it's never me. I am all for free speech, man. You can say whatever you want, have your opinion, right? You write strange things about fucking little kids, mate, and you're gone. You're weird. That's sick, mate. People like you, I'd like to beat up. So off you pop. You're gone. Now you are blocked from the channel. Anything else flies, though. You can talk about anything you want to me. Just don't say strange things about kids, man. If you've got them tendencies, keep them to yourself, or you'll get knocked out. Uh, Joe Barker, has there ever been a YouTuber plastering competition arranged? Do you know what? Right, I think that'd be a good shout. I think that'd be good fun. I mean, I'm not saying that because I think I'd win, because I'm far too fat. Like, there's some young lads. There's what's the name of his channel now? There's a young lad, and he's a site plasterer. He's always in new builds, and it's fair play to the lad. He's fast, like, he's always on, and he's throwing full rooms on. And it's funny. I never watch plastering on YouTube ever. It's not. It's not. I do it day in, day out. I've got my own channel. Sort of when I want to take a break and watch stuff on YouTube, the last thing I want to watch is more plastering. But because I watch my own videos, sometimes I just check them back and I look at myself. YouTube's algorithm thinks that I love watching plastering, so it recommends different plastering channels to me. So I can't get away from it. But there's a young lad on there, and he's fast. I can't think of the lad's name, but he's quick. I reckon he'd beat everyone. Because if you've ever watched Joel Cook, Joel's about the same size as me. Probably he's taller than me as well. But he's not throwing 50-meter gauges on. I guarantee that, because you just can't move that fast when you're 20 stone. So yeah, flipping. I don't think I'd win the plastering competition. We should have a competition. Who's the neatest? Who can do the ceiling without dropping any? That I might be in with a chance then if we don't drop any plaster. Calvin, no ticky tocky. Yeah, stay if you not be on it, stay off it. I go on it because I use it for putting content on there. Alfie Lander, TikTok brain. I tell you now, it's a true thing. It's genuinely. I've seen it myself, in myself. I've literally witnessed. I've felt the attention span shortened. I mean, I always gone about reading. I love reading books, and if I get into a habit of reading a lot, which I'm sort of not at the minute, I'm not reading as much as what I used to. Like I'll read a book over like 2 nights. I'll just do cover to cover over 2 nights. But since I've had my YouTube channel, I'll be honest with you, I haven't done as much reading as what I used to do. So my attention span has gone down. But definitely even more so when you go on TikTok. Try reading one page, I'm having to reread it because it hasn't gone in. Because it's that like instant hit of dopamine when you're watching. Like, I don't know if that next. It's not good for you. It's not good for you at all. Where are we up to here now? That's him. PDC Darts Daily, Ryan Clark. That's the lad. That's the lad. That's exactly what I was on about. I just couldn't think of his name. Kelvin, I have a laugh, but I'm actually interested in tips of plastering. Yeah. So, do you know what this is? This is a plastering channel. We should really be talking about plastering. I don't mind talking about whatever you. This for me, I'll be honest, this is for me. It's like when you go down the pub and you end up chatting to your mates. This is a bit like this for me. Just I don't mind talking about anything. Graham, no, there's limits on what you can say. You don't mention certain things. Simple as. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Heading to Gatwick at 5 a.m, matey. Eric, I'll see you there. Here's this guy here, Ask the Plasterer. Eric De Lavenzi. I need to make sure I get your surname spelt or pronounced properly. De Lavenzi. Eric, anyway. Eric's flipping sound. And do you know what? When I first started my channel, Eric was one of the good guys as well, dropping me little messages, giving me tips, giving me hints and that. Flipping. It's a nice little community you've got, Eric, isn't it? And it's some good lads. Stu's a top lad. Joel's a top lad. Anthony Paddy's a top lad. Flipping. Eric's been fantastic. So hopefully everyone will be there. Be nice to be able to buy all you fellas a pint as well. So I'm looking forward to it, Eric. Dwight Jones. He wasn't talking about kids. What you like, mate? All I seen was him saying something about little boys, and I'm like, flipping. He said something weird earlier on, so he's gone now anyway, mate. Roberto Kennedy can't get rid of trolls and enduring part of the internet. Oh, mate. Scotty, the guy was an arse. Mate, well, do you know sometimes, Scotty, surprised you didn't, you said you're surprised you didn't boot him earlier. Sometimes I've had fellas come on and they just start spouting random stuff, putting stuff in the comments, just and I can see it come up on the screen, just random stuff coming in. I usually just say, I'll do us a favour, mate. Look, I don't want to block you out the thing. If you want to ask something or say something, sound, but just don't keep posting the same random just spam. It's just weird, like there's just no need to do it. And loads of times sorted, but every now and then, it is literally every now and then, you just think, oh, flipping, you've got to go, mate. YouTube versus TikTok. Kurt Johnstone versus Smooth. I tell you there, Alfie, I'm on TikTok as well, mate. I'm on TikTok. That's Smooth as well. He's I know people give him a bit of stick on there, and he gives other people a bit of stick, but he's actually messaged me behind the scenes. He's actually all right. He's sound. I think what happens is, and I'm a little bit guilty of this as well. So I have to sort of be careful as well. What can sometimes happen is, and it's even more so on TikTok, because I post videos. I do obviously long form videos on YouTube, and then every now and then I'll post short videos on TikTok, and then I'll take them as well, and I'll shorten them down and put them into YouTube Shorts as well, right? Because TikTok is a great way of reaching loads more people. But what you find is on TikTok, there's loads of flipping negativity. YouTube, everyone on YouTube seems to be like 99% of the comments are just nice, normal people, just saying constructive stuff, people giving you little hints and tips and pointers, what they'd do, and asking questions and all that. On TikTok is a bit of a different breed of flipping viewer on there. And what you get is, or what used to happen to me was like 50% of the comments are people trying to have a pop at you. Now, ultimately, on my TikTok channel, that seems to have really gone down now. Don't really get anyone giving me any sort of nonsense on there. I mean, it doesn't really bother me anyway. But what can happen is I get used to the banter. So someone will be saying stuff and I'll just start tearing into them, having a laugh. Someone will say something trying to take the piss out of me, and I'll try my best to take the piss out of them and make them look stupid. What happens then is, and I think this is what the situation smooths in, someone else might genuinely want to know something or say something and then inquiring, but because you're that used to answering just nonsense and giving it back a little bit, because the written word can be taken two ways, you end up giving stick to someone that's actually just making a genuine inquiry or a statement. Do you know what I mean? Because you're that used to sort of firing back things, and then someone, and they get sort of caught in the crossfire. And I think when I speak to Smooth behind the scenes, he's actually a nice fella, but I think he's that used to having that much stick on TikTok. It doesn't matter sort of what you say to him, he just gives it you back. So that's my opinion anyway on what sort of happens, the mindset of where people are at with that. In case any of you guys don't know as well, if you don't on TikTok, Smooth is another plasterer that makes plastering videos on another platform called TikTok. There you have it. Dwight Jones, Daniel Sullivan. I'm watching all the messages. Do you know what, mate, as well? I can literally click on people and have them as a moderator so that all the chat goes through somebody else before it comes on the channel. But I literally do like people to just be able to say and speak their mind, whatever they want to say. As if can't come Birmingham will show you. Sound. It's the opposite direction, mate. I'll have to go to Birmingham next year. I'm only allowed out once, mate, so I'm gonna have to go to Edinburgh this time. I'll come Birmingham next year. Uh, James, you should try plaster the car covering this. Okay, that'll be interesting. Um, what's that there? Dwight Jones, the guy talks about a great jacket. What's that? Dwight Jones, Daniel Sullivan. The guy talks about a grey jacket and kick him out of the live stream. How pathetic's that? Mate, um, I didn't read, he didn't say anything about grey jacket when I read, mate. All I read was some nonsense about little boys. Uh, where the comments have shut up here now. Do you live far from Birkenhead? As my nan was from there, and I've never been. Yeah, Birkenhead is about Birkenhead is about 10 miles from me. It's literally up the I can be in Birkenhead in like literally 10 minutes. Um, where that troll's called Dwight Jones, Daniel Sullivan now, mate. Roberto Kennedy's all over it. Cheers, mate. I don't mind. Look, whoever they can stay as long as he don't. He can say whatever he wants, mate. I'll read his comments as long as he doesn't start saying no crazy stuff. Kelvin, I'm interested in concrete as well. Fair do. Yeah, I put the concrete slab down on this, but nothing special to be honest with you. I just polished it up a little bit. Kelvin, it's all a dungeon. Zola, hey Kirk, would like your thoughts on our method that has worked for damp proofing old barns for plaster? We this screen the walls, then fix a 200 millimeter strip of plasterboard all over the wall, and then dot and dab on them. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, you're doing a similar sort of method to what Dry Zone do with their membrane. They use a membrane, and then you can dab onto that. I mean, I don't know. It all depends on how you're fixing the plasterboard to the wall, because obviously you're going to go through the visqueen, and it depends on what fixing you're putting in there, and whether moisture will be able to pass through that little fixing or not. With the Dry Zone membrane, they put it's like a plastic plug with a big washer on it, that sort of seals over the top of the hole as well. So if you're just fixing plasterboard straight to it, is there a chance of moisture getting to the back of that at all? I mean, I know we're talking the chances of it, but it'd be a shame if you did loads and loads of it and just one little spot cause you an issue. So I'd be interested to know more about how you're doing that, mate. Johnny H. I Kirk, 2 months out of date, multi used for first coat or not, any problems it may cause. Right. I did this in COVID when we were literally running out of plaster. We got tons and tons of out of date stuff, loads of it, and that's what I did. It's not nice to use. You can work with out of date plaster. It can go one or two ways. It can stay wet forever, or not forever, but it can stay wet and hang for ages and ages. And then start to flash set like bonding. Like it'll still be soaking wet there, and you'll have dark patches there. It can do that, or it can go the other way and set really quick. So we did that. I was literally using one bag out of date for the first coat, and the second bag using that for the second coat. It's still not nice, but it's doable. So I mean, yeah, if you feel competent, mate, then yeah, it does work. It's one way of using it up, save it going to waste. Lord of the Rings. Oh, that flywheel you watch, you don't get stuck out. AJ, can I get 199 back, Kirk? Of course you can, mate. Of course you can. Come and see me in Edinburgh. I'll give you... AJ, in fact, where's your last comment, AJ? I know I missed past you there, mate. I'm sorry. Mark Holt therapy. Done a job. Who we on about here? PDC Darts Daily. Yeah, mate, done a job with him before, and his old fella. He's a proper old school plasterer. Both top lads. You're on about Ryan, aren't you? Yep. Sound. I've like I said, I've seen his videos. I've left him a few comments as well, saying like, top job, nice work and stuff. But ultimately, the more you interact with someone's YouTube channel, the more they keep showing up in your feed. So you sort of, you sort of, if you don't want to watch plastering videos, then you don't want to keep commenting on them. It's funny actually. I say this especially on TikTok. People that don't want to watch your TikTok videos and they put, plastering's boring, and they comment it on the video. Plastering's boring. I'm like, yeah, mate. Now, because you're interacting with this channel, you will see more of it. Like, if you don't want to watch plastering channels on TikTok or YouTube, don't interact, don't write comments, because then it thinks that you like it and you'll get to see more. That's how the algorithm works. James Harris. Oh yeah, we've been there, haven't we, James? Danny Hewitt, hey up, Kirk. Hope you're all good, mate. Do you know of any plastering books you'd recommend? Right. Depending on what you want to do, Danny, I know sort of where you're up to and what you're looking for. I would recommend these two books, mate. There is more, but these, if you got them two, there's not much that won't be covered in them for what you're interested in, mate. JB Taylor, this one, sorry, JB Taylor. This might be a different. Both of these might have different colours, different covers now. These are old. The covers have been updated. They might have updated versions with more information in them. But these JB Taylor, plastering by JB Taylor, and the encyclopedia by Peg and Stagg. I'd get both of them. I'd get both of them. This gives you a bit more information. This is more like explains everything. Like this is like an encyclopedia, so it gives you a brief description of each thing. Whereas this actually tells you methods. So they will both come in. They sort of go hand in hand. The Art of Plastering. Yeah, another good book. Moscow Entertainment. There we go. So Clint must have asked, the main difference between board and multi is that board tends to go off quicker than multi. That's pretty much all. The only difference I've ever really found with them is just board sets a little bit quicker and it doesn't quite come back as much. If you sort of if you flick a bit of water at multi finish and maybe give it a brush, you can bring it back fatty a little bit more. Whereas board seems to be, doesn't quite do that as much. It does set it a little bit quicker. Phil Swan, notice the Trump 2020 sign behind you. What do you reckon? Will he win this year? I hope so. I hope so. I think if Trump doesn't win this year, there's going to be flipping civil war in America. So I hope he does. Imagine. I mean, how? I don't even want to get into politics, right? But how the hell could Biden win again? I mean, he doesn't even know what day it is. Ultimately, I mean, even the people that hate Donald Trump have got to admit that Biden hasn't got a clue what's going on. I mean, the guy's just talking to himself and mumbling. So, I mean, even if you don't like somebody, if they're literally making your country better, if you just ignored his personality and just looked at the facts, then you've got to say, you'd have to vote for him, wouldn't you? You couldn't vote for Biden again. But I don't know. We sort of get wrapped up in it, and we're in the UK. I mean, it doesn't really affect us. Who we got in power here. I don't even follow politics in this country. I just I'll be honest with you. I've got no faith in politicians in our country at all. At all. So don't even get involved with it. I'm not interested in none of it. I think what would be good is I think this is what I would be more interested in watching anything to do with politics in our country if they did one thing. All the politicians, they had to wear like jackets like race car drivers with all the people that sponsor them, all the people that flipping give the party money, who were pulling the strings, the big donors of all the political parties. They had to wear their names so we could actually see who is running the country. Really, whoever's paying them, that's who's ultimately in charge. Then I'd be more interested in flipping watching it. Um, Chris Swan, I noticed you vid on not scratching bonding. Do you not get loads of bubbling airlocks if you do that? No, no. Ultimately, as well, I don't really ever suffer. I've had all the bubbling off bonding, and I find that can be when you go on it too late and too early. If you catch bonding just right, it's actually lovely to skim on. You want to get it just as it's going off. This is when I do it. I don't key it. I don't hit it at the float. Just as it's going off, and it starts. You get the odd little patch where it's going dark. Get the skim straight on then. Even the bits that haven't gone dark, if you press them, they'll be firm underneath, but they haven't quite set yet. That's when I start skimming straight on it, and I never have any issues. It just comes in lovely every time. Um, you've got about enough time with that if you wanted to, float out a couple of walls or whatever. You've got time to do that, and then say you could float out 4 walls in a bedroom, and then just as it'll just start going. Then it's pretty much time, so you can use it in the morning and skim it in the afternoon. Um, uh, GG, how's it going, matey? Okay, MC Shopping Centre. I think these trolls have spent too much time in the sun today. Yeah, maybe. Right, wait there. Do us a favour, Dwight. It's too late now. The kid's gone. He can't come back. I can't find him to bring him back anyway. He ain't coming back. So just don't keep going on about him in the comments, mate. It'd be a shame. I think maybe you're a nice fella, so it'd be a shame for you to go as well. So let's just can it with the comments about flipping our little mate that's gone. Scott Shep. Good evening, mate. How you doing, Scott? Racky or Racy. Hope I'm saying your name right. I think it's Racky. Would you rather overboard and skim or thick skim and then would you rather overboard and skim or thick skim to skim over Artex? Right, okay. Ultimately, skimming over plasterboards is a pleasure. Skimming over Artex is not so fun, although it's doable. I would sooner skim over boards all day if I had the option. But then you've got to factor in, you're adding more costs to your customer, or you could potentially charge the customer, and you're eating into your profits by doing it. You've got the thing with overboarding is once you've overboarded a ceiling, even if you don't lose the nib on the coving or cornice, I say it, cornice, whatever you want to say it, but you lose the nib, so you can't always overboard in them situations. But if you overboard a flat ceiling, then you've still got to then put scrim around the ceiling line and tie it into the walls. So I prefer not to overboard if I don't have to. But I would prefer skimming over plasterboards, yeah, because it's just nicer to skim. But I try not to make extra work for myself, and extra cost for the customer if it's not necessary. Alfie Lander, TikTok comments are always filled with pro plasterers. I feel people who watch YouTube are genuinely interested. Yeah, I agree, mate. To be fair, what I tell you, what I always find as well. Wait there a second. Right, wait there. I actually have to read this one. Dwight Jones, Daniel Sullivan. I was going to subscribe to your YouTube channel, but I don't think I'm going to now because you lied about the other person. Same things when he didn't. All talks about your jacket. What's wrong with that? All right, Dwight, listen, mate. If I got it wrong, then from the bottom of my heart, I apologize. Okay. I'm just reading quite quickly what's coming through, so I do apologise. But you're starting to irritate me a little bit. So unfortunately, my little mate, you're going as well now. I'm sorry that you're not gonna be able to subscribe to my channel, but just give me a second. Click. Um, Gone. You're gone as well. See ya. Off you pop. Right. Yeah. So, do you know the bad thing is TikTok? I say what's interesting is the amount of fellas whenever they comment. And they always finish the comments if they because I've watched them, knocking people or they give you a little bit of stick, and then they always finish the comment with, "I've been plastering for 20 years." Every single one of them say it. I've been plastering for 20 years. They give you like, you're doing this wrong or whatever. I've been plastering for 20 years. Like, okay, mate, okay. But I had someone was telling me the other day that hard wall is for low suction backgrounds because I'd made a video specifically showing hard wall is for high suction backgrounds, bonding coat is for low suction backgrounds. And then he was disagreeing and he was saying to me he uses hard wall every day and he goes over steel lintels with it and hard walls designed for low suction backgrounds. I was like, mate, Google it, right? Go on to British Gypsum's website and read the description, the application, and what it's prescribed for, and it'll tell you there. Hardwall is specifically made for medium to high suction backgrounds, and I've said this to him in comments. And he's like, and he just messes back. Well, I've been plastering 20 years. It's for low suction backgrounds. I'm like, oh, whatever. I'm like, I'm not. Some things like you don't even get into the debate. I just said, okay, thanks. Have a great day. See you later. Off you go. Uh, um, the Gaming Corner. Hi, Kurt. Love the channel. Recently started plastering on my own house, and I'm having an issue where when the plaster dries, it becomes dusty. Any tips, advice? Okay, so when you say dusty, so you have to give me a little bit more information, mate. I'm assuming you're talking about you using board finish or multi finish. Um, if it's becoming dusty, right, it could be for a few reasons. So you have to tell me your process that you're doing. Usually, if it's becoming dusty, it's because you're using a lot of water and you're bringing the fat up in plaster in later on in the set, right? So if you're skimming a wall, right, you want to give it 2 coats of plaster. You want to flatten it in, and then you use 2 water trowels, right? Now, when you flatten it in, you're going to pull a bit of fat off your wall, and you can use that and push it back in and fill bits out. If there's little hollows and stuff, that's when you're sort of filling them out. When you give it the first wet trowel, you'll bring a bit of fat off the wall then on your trowel, and it'll be because you've used water, it'll be a little bit more diluted. Okay, you can still use that to an extent for filling bits out on your wall if you find that you've missed a little bit. It's not quite as flush as everywhere else. There's a little face, I call them, or a little hollow section. You can fill a bit with that. If you're bringing fat up on the second wet trowel and you're using that, or you start sponging the wall and bringing loads of fat up, and then you're smearing that back into the wall, that fat is very diluted. So there's not much setting, action in it. You've diluted the plaster right down, and it's more water and like milky fat, And when that sets, when it doesn't really set, it sort of dries out. That will leave lots of dust. So if you're getting dusty walls, I'd imagine that's your problem. You're using too much water and bringing up too much fat and spreading it around later on. So ultimately, maybe just stick with one wall at a time and try and get it as flat as you can as soon as you can, and then not spread the fat around the wall as much towards the end of the set. That should fix that problem for you, mate. What you could do, because I know you've already done them walls, what you could do with them before you paint them, don't try and seal them with PVA or SBR because that will just sit on the surface and eventually it might peel off because it's still dusty. Just once you've done the walls, if it's dusty but you're happy with the quality of the wall, go and get a stabilizing solution and just stabilize the wall, and then it'll take that dustiness away. Now that's not a get out of jail free card that I'd recommend for you to just use that going forward. Get your plastering technique right so you don't have to ever do that again, because that's not really a textbook way of doing it, but it'll just get rid of that dustiness for you, so you can decorate it with no hassle. Um, Musco Entertainment, Johnny H. Out of date plaster can do strange things. Sometimes it can take a long time to set. Other times it'll set really quick. If you're new to plastering, bin the old stuff and buy fresh. That's great advice. Um, where we got? Alfie Lander. Kirk, I'm 99% sure that Dwight is the same guy you banned, just on another account. Well, do you know what? He's banned for now, right? But probably until it takes him, I don't know how long it takes him to make another Google account and go back again. Uh, that tool guy. Uh, yeah, Dwight, yeah, Dwight's gone. Jordan B. I don't want to remove people off I like the comments. I don't want to flipping bin people off, but just when someone's constantly spouting just crap, strange stuff, they've got to go, haven't they? Jordan B. Hey, I've got a watertight system for rain and stuff. Yeah, I'll be interested to know about that, Jordan. That's spot on, that mate. I would like to have a little look at the fixings, though, as we said. Ribardo Kennedy, your office looks grand, by the way. Proper man cave. Do you know what, as well? Do you notice one thing that's missing from an ear, mate? There's no plaster on the walls or ceiling anywhere. This was my missus was saying to me, like, oh, yeah, she was thought I was gonna have it all skimmed, dead modern, spotlights and all that. I'm like, I don't want a single bit of plasterboard in this room at all. When you're working with the stuff all day, the last thing I want to do. Can you imagine, right? Imagine me sitting in here talking to you. I mean, I built this before sort of I come on YouTube. But can you imagine if there was a crack in the ceiling there or something? How many people would just be like, there's a crack, because it's a timber frame building and it's chances of it twisting and moving a little bit, guaranteed to be a little crack in here. It'll drive me absolutely flipping nuts. I put all this wood on and it's all like burnt pallet wood. And it's because of the heating in here, it's dried it out now. I had it all dead tight. And now there's literally in some places like quarter of an inch gap in between the planks, And just shows you how much you don't realize how much timber shrinks and dries out and moves. And then people wonder why they get a little hairline crack in the ceiling. You building like flipping heck. If you knew how much it was going to shrink, you'd understand. Riff Raff Biff, some people are proper social parasites. Mate. Do you know, sometimes some people are just a little bit, I don't know, maybe a few little issues going on, or don't know how to put themselves across properly. I don't know. Probably a flipping nice fella deep down, isn't he? Who knows? I've heard that using sand with paint can plaster an effect. I don't know about that. He said I don't do much. I don't do much painting, mate, so I wouldn't be able to advise you on that. Elliot Hankin trolls, nothing better to do. Do you know what? It's a bizarre thing for me, really, to think about. Internet trolls, right? Here's my thoughts on it, right? And I've said this a couple of times on a few of my live streams. Can you imagine someone like Alexander the Great having access to the internet, where you could literally communicate with everyone in the world? Can you think of all the big sort of players in history? Imagine if they had the internet where they could literally now, right? You could go on Twitter or X or whatever it's called now. You can literally, I mean, I don't even know if he's on there, so I might be wrong here, but you could literally send a message to the president of the United States. You could literally message Donald Trump. With the internet, we can talk to anybody in the world, right? You can send pictures. You can speak face to face on video. The internet is an amazing, amazing tool all the way through history. Can you imagine, right? Can you imagine someone from history coming back now saying, wow, you've got all this, like, you know, the internet. Did you end world hunger? Did you manage to stop all the wars in the world? And then we got to go. No, actually, um, people made anonymous accounts to come and give other people shit. Like, how stupid is
Who
it?
should we-
Oh, legend! Thanks a lot. Cheers, chicken. Who's the favourite is? Get us a drink, sweetheart. Very kind of her. Yeah, I'll do. Yeah, thanks, love. It's a bizarre thing, isn't it? You think how much good you could do with the internet? Like, literally, in my mind, I think to myself, if I can put stuff out on the internet that helps other people, I mean, I haven't got a lot to offer. I haven't got all I've got is my life experiences and what I know about plastering. Right, that's all I've got. That's all I can give you, right? But I'm thinking, okay, if it helps somebody, if it makes somebody else's life easier, or it can put a smile on someone's face, brighten the day a little bit, then I've used great. I've used this free tool. I've got the internet. I've used it to the best of my ability, doing what I can to share what I know. Can you imagine if everyone in the world did that? Thanks, sweetheart. Thank you very much.
if Mum doesn't want the veggies, do you want them?
No, no, that cookie's going to be enough for me. I won't be able to eat it all because I'm talking. I'm going to save me cookie for later. Like the cookie monster. I love you too. Yeah, can you? And if everyone in the world just put out, if everyone tried to help each other with the internet, like literally, if everyone tried to help each other, what could stop humanity? We would be like it's an amazing thing. And I think to myself, the fact that people use it to hack people and do damage to other people, and do you know what? There's a girl that lives near me, absolute heart of gold. Right, she used to be a nursery school teacher. She actually did the nursery school for my two daughters. She is the kindest soul, genuinely good from the heart person, does everything for other people. She's like, she takes her nieces to dancing class week in, week out. She does the packed lunches for them. I mean, I know it's not a big deal because she makes nieces a packed lunch, but she's just a real nice person. And she's got a TikTok channel. She's on TikTok. I think she goes viral all the time. She's literally my neighbor. She lives literally opposite my house. Like, I see her every day. Um, and she went viral on TikTok. Some of you might know this if you're on TikTok. You may have seen it. She was at McDonald's and she had a fruit bag and or a McFlurry. She won and she could have picked a fruit bag or a McFlurry. And she was like, fruit bag or McFlurry? I think I'll pick the fruit bag. And then there was a pick, it skipped straight to the end. She's eating the McFlurry, right? Becky Jones. And she goes on TikTok and she does like little things of her, like, what she's doing today and this. And all she gets is thousands and thousands. I mean, she's a young lady. She's in a mid-20s. She literally gets thousands of adults, right, saying the most cruel things to her, just ripping into her, telling her she's overweight and she's ugly and she's this. And I think, you're grown adults with children, and you would be gutted if someone said that to your children, but yet you're saying it to another. I think to myself, that flipping girl. It's probably like water for ducks back to her, but I know from myself getting the odd negative comment. Some things stay with you. You think about them, especially if someone gets something quite close to home for you. I'm thinking, I just can't get my head around people being mean to other people, saying horrible things about them. I just can't comprehend. It doesn't make you feel good saying it. Do you know what I mean? I've said mean things in the past and I've regretted it. You're having a bit of banter and I gone a little bit too far, and you can see the other person's face that you've hurt them, like you've got them, and they don't say nothing back to you. And I felt gutted, and I've gone away and thought, oh man, I know that he's going to think about that tonight, or he's going to lie in bed, and that's going to be going through his mind that I said that in front of all them people, and it hurts to think about it. But anyway, we're going off on a tangent, aren't we? Just be kind, man. Just be kind. Say nice things about people, and you actually feel better yourself. It makes them feel good. It makes you feel good. I mean, anyway. Tommy Williams. Welcome, Kurt. I've been plastering 20 years. Love the videos. I've only been plastering 5. Keep it up. Fair play, Tommy. Jordan B. Where are we going here now? Kelvin, hit the like button, people, you dossers. Sounds like Tyson Fury. Tyson Fury. I've missed a load of comments here, boys. Sorry. Where are you leaving? Love the channel. Sorry, Nico Dodd. Oh, wait there. Flipping, I've skipped loads of comments again. I can't help it. Every time the comments build up and I scroll down and just shoot straight to the bottom, and then I'm trying to figure out where I'm up to, but I'm aware that you guys are all sat here, like, and there's not very engaging. Me just sat there like that, whilst I'm scrolling back looking for the comments. Nico Dodd, where you leaving? Love the channel. Yeah, the channel's staying, mate. I'm going to Edinburgh tomorrow morning to go and meet a load of plasterers and beginners and what have you up in Edinburgh for another fella, Stu Roberts. In fact, go and give Stu's channel a follow. Trial Talk, lovely fella, and Eric as well. Ask the Plasterer, both top guys. Eric does like a live stream, and he's a flipping fantastic bloke. So if you want more plastering channels, go and give both them fellas a follow. The flipping 2 top fellas. Groove Dodger, hi. Only recently found your channel. I never knew plastering was so interesting. Cheers. I don't think it is ultimately, mate. I just try my best to make it interesting. So I'll tell you what the score is. I started this channel because my little lad was born, and I want to be able to sort of give him instruction for plastering if he wants to learn plastering. If when he's older, he might want to do something else first, but he might then want to become a plasterer or get to learn plastering. And I probably will be too old to teach him. Who knows? Maybe he might want to go straight from school. We'll see how he does in school first. If he's absolutely nuts, like I was, then he might end up having to come plastering because he's got nothing else to go do. But ultimately, I made this channel because I wanted to give him instructions. So I try and make the videos. Whenever I make a video, I've sort of got him in mind that I want to sort of make it interesting enough so that he watches it, So that's how I ended up on YouTube anyway. But yeah, trying to make a boring topic as interesting as I possibly can, mate. Alfie Lander, have you ever tried Venetian plastering? Yes, I did it when it first come out, mate. I had to go in my house. I did some lovely marble plastering, all polished up. I thought it looked absolutely gorgeous, but then when you actually stood back and looked, I lived, ex-council house with flipping marble walls. Like it was. My missus went, it's a bit tacky, isn't it? For us to be having marble. Maybe if we lived in a mansion, and had a marble bathroom or something, then fair enough. But white marble walls on the Stanley Grange. so yeah, we gritted it and skimmed over it. Well, Robardo Kennedy, Alexander the Great would have been a mega internet troll. You think you're spot on, mate. But you know what I'm trying to say, though? All the big figures in the past, imagine if, imagine if like Buddha could have been on the internet. Flipping heck. Boom. Elliot Hankin, they'd create greatness. Indeed, mate. Uh, I think our little mate's come back again. I think he's back again. Right, okay. We'll just leave him for a minute. We'll just see if it is him or not. Jordan B. Honestly, it's a good solution for any wet trade when it's a wet day. Uh, Pardon, Kennedy the Troll's back. Yeah, I thought it was him. Flipping heck. This guy just doesn't give in, does he? Um, wait there a second. Participants. I can't do that. Okay, guys, I'm just looking if we can make it subscribers only in the chat. Oh no, that. Wait there a second. Just gone. Bear with me, guys. There we go. Gone. Chris Swan, is the apprentice invited tomorrow, or is he prepping a job for Tuesday? Right. Well, I'm actually I'm not back till Wednesday. I'm coming back Wednesday night, so he's jumping in with my brother-in-law, Sierra Delta, and he's going to go and work with him for a couple of days. Although he doesn't like it because with plasterers, as you know, some fellas are like when I was young, like so Sierra Delta Sam, right, when he worked with me, I was at the time, I was a young lad. I was like 18, 19. He worked with me for a good few years, all through the building site days. So, he was with me for a good 8 years at least. But I was young and dead hungry, wanting to do hundreds of meters day in, day out, battering the plastering as much as we could. Everything was about speed and efficiency. And Sierra Delta, as I call him now, or Sam, he literally he was the apprentice at the time, and he used to get beasted. It was every day. I was like, Sam, get water now, get them boards in, get this, and it would just be. I'd say, there's no time for standing around, mate. If you've got nothing to do, get a brush and clean up, clean out, get some water in, get the bags in. We're on building sites, so it was constantly. I was on his case every day for years. So. And then that just become his natural way of working. I never had to ask him. He just knew it was just hard graft every single day. It's just how he worked. Whereas now, I'm quite chilled out in work. But Sam's still got that mindset. So when he comes in with us, he'll jump in and help us on jobs and stuff from time to time. And he sees Leighton sort of like pottering around. And I think a little bit inside Sam makes him a little bit like, he should be getting shouted at, he should be getting beasted, he should be getting told to get this and do this. And so I think Sam gives him a little bit of stick and then a little bit extra for the bit he's missing out on off me, maybe. So I think Leighton sort of says to me, I don't really want to work with Sam when you're not here. He said, I might just have a couple of days off. So we'll just see. We'll see how they get on tomorrow. Right, here we go. Let's just go down here. Right, Nico Dodd, have you ever done any other trades apart from plastering? Yes. Well, so I'll tell you. Where's your comment gone? Flipping heck. Where's it? Flipping. Sorry, mate. Your comments just. I'll answer. Your questions disappeared, but I can't find it anyway. That's the beauty of YouTube comment section. Yeah, other trades. So, when I first started plastering full time with my dad, I started learning plastering when I was 11, working with my dad on weekends, all summer holidays. My old fella used to make me have days off school to help him on big jobs. So, sort of when I left school at 15, I could already plaster fairly well. I just needed to get quicker. But I ultimately didn't really like working with my dad because basically I was just a gopher. My dad would have me do absolutely as I should have done. You know, it's not enjoyable though. Sort of, I didn't have a choice. I had to. I didn't have a choice about it. I was learning to plaster, and that was it. So I didn't enjoy it because it wasn't necessarily what I'd chosen. And all when you're in school and you're doing your options, and everyone's picking what they want to go and do as a career, and they're picking, what lessons they're going to do in school. I It was already chosen for me. You will be a plasterer. End of conversation. So I felt like I had sort of my wings clipped a little bit. I was going to go in the army, what have you. Anyway, forget all that. When I started plastering full time, I wasn't quite sure if I wanted to stay doing it. Now I actually enjoy plastering. What I didn't really enjoy was just being a skivvy for my dad. But I didn't know that at the time. At force, it was plastering that I didn't like. So I went off and did day release to get me City and Guilds as an electrician. I went to college 1 day a week for 3 years to get a City and Guilds. So I went and did that. But then ultimately, I was young at the time. I was getting paid probably too much for my age, sort of 15. I was like 17 ish, sort of, when I did the part one in college, which was like 2 years, and the part two was like a year, but I was sort of fizzled it out, I sort of learned what I wanted to learn, and ultimately I was getting paid a decent wage plastering, which meant for me, unfortunately, I'll just tell you the truth, I was getting paid a load of dough, and I had no bills, no outgoings, so I was just like a little Rockefeller, how a fat Forter was. I'd go to the pub, I could afford to just basically do anything I wanted, which, there was sort of no limits then. So I became like a little party animal, which meant that on a Monday, college really started to suffer. I might turn up, but I was only present physically. I'd flipping end up falling asleep and all sorts to later on, because I was earning more and more money plastering, getting quicker and quicker in those 2 years. And then, yeah, it sort of, I learned what I wanted to do. I learned all domestic electrics, so I could rewire a house quite fine. But yeah, I didn't stay for the qualification. Again, didn't have the best advice. If it was my son now, I'd be saying, listen, get your act together. It's 1 year, just stay. You've done it so far. Get the qualification. It's done then. You've got that. It's a feather to your cap. That's the end of it, you know. But my dad was sort of thinking, I think at the time, well, the sooner he packs college in, I've got him for an extra day a week, in work. So more money for daddies. So he was encouraging me to pack the college in and just get on with plastering. So that was sort of my electrician days sort of over and done with. Now I've done lots of little electrician jobs in the meantime since then and now, just stuff in my own house and stuff for mates and stuff like that. Not working as an electrician as such, but I think it comes in handy as well. Whatever trade you're in, to have you don't need a vast knowledge of other trades, but if you can understand how other things work, it just makes your life a lot easier. If I'm on a job and I don't know, you take the spotlights down and one falls off, I know how to fix it. So it comes in little things like that come in handy. If you're taking a socket front off and the wires come out, I know how to deal with it. If the electrics trip out, I know how to, if you've got a bit of an understanding, it just helps, doesn't it? So, and then a good few years ago, I got, I fancied a bit of a change. I'd done quite a bit of tiling anyway, because that's what my old fella would take tiling jobs on. He'd say, like, it's a plasterer's job to do the tiling as well. They never used, apparently, according to my dad, they never used to be tilers. Plasterers would do the plastering and the tiling. So we used to end up doing little tiling jobs with my dad. And I started doing more and more of those tiling bathrooms and stuff, sort of in my mid-20s. And then I started, for a little while, I decided I wanted to just do bathroom fitting. So I got all the tools. I could do the electrics, I could do the tiling, the plastering. It was only really the plumbing that I couldn't really do. So I used to get my mate in to do the plumbing, and then basically I learned how to do plumbing as well. Taught myself to solder. I'm not trying to say, by the way, that I'm any good at this. Other plumbers would probably put me to, would laugh at me. But I've actually done a video where you see me first fix on my bathroom. I mean, I can do a little bit of soldering and plumbing. I understand the concepts. I've never fitted a boiler as such, but I've fitted a few bathrooms. So, well, that's it really. I can lay a few bricks, but ultimately, I like to just stick to plastering. That's it's sort of what I know, and I feel comfortable doing it. I wouldn't like anybody else to sort of judge me on anything else. I'm happy to put my plastering out there, and you can say what you want about it because I know what is acceptable and what isn't for my standards, and I'm quite confident in what I do. Anything else? I mean, I've put my video on there of me doing my bathroom. I mean, you're welcome to rip into me. I mean, I just tried my best. Whether it's any good or not, I don't know. um, uh, Kelvin, did you ever fight with a traffic warden outside my yard? If you're referring to me, mate, no. Um, where are we going here now? Have you tried using a float? Right, Alfie Lander, have you tried using a float to lay on? I've seen some guys do it because it gets it dead flat as there's no flex. Yeah, do you know, I, I wouldn't recommend doing it. Where's that head there? Sorry, guys, let me just make myself look beautiful. Um, laying on with a float. Yes, I've done all sorts of flipping crazy things. I've ruled skim off with derbies for ceiling lines. When you put a ceiling and the ceiling's up and down. I've pulled in with feather edge rules, and then for a little while I just kept feather edging all my finish. And yeah, I've skimming floats. Ultimately, you're better off if the wall's out of shape using a back coat plaster and ruling it off. Skimming with a float is not. You say it gets it dead flat, but ultimately, how big's the float? It just ends up leaving lines and stuff, and you end up finishing at a trowel. I mean, I don't think it gets it as flat that you'd make any noticeable difference. So, but I have tried doing it, mate, and it's ultimately it's just hard because it leaves lines everywhere. Um, even if the wall is dead flat, you get a line off the toe and the heel of the float. Uh, where are we up to here? Lord of the Rings. Yeah, love this, but I'm up early in the morning. Thanks, mate. Enjoyed it. Yeah, to be fair, it's 11:30, isn't it? I'm going to wrap it up soon myself. Um, Jordan B. What do you think about 140 a day for a plasterer, roofer, scaffolder? Jordan, I would say that you are worth more than that, mate. I think if you're good at what you do, mate, if you're a good tradesman, then I think I don't know what level you're at, mate, but 140 a day. I think as a decent tradesman, mate, you should be on a bit more than that. I mean, I'm not knocking it. Depends where you're at in your journey, mate. We've all got to start out somewhere, but hopefully that rate will continue to go up. Um, multi-trade, yeah. Okay, mate. Alfie Lander, 3 years to get fully qualified. Damn, I've worked with my dad and learned plastering now in college through the qualification. As you, and I was supposed to do 2 years, but because I had the knowledge, it's only one. Yeah, fair dues, mate. The stuff in college for me was doing my sitting guilds in electrics. I actually didn't go to college for plastering, although I did get on-site assessed, and I've got an MVQ level 2, I think it is, in plastering. I just when the CSCS cards come out, um, I've never been interested in getting qualifications for plastering. In fact, I shouldn't say this. I shouldn't say this. Really, don't upset anybody. I don't upset anybody. I've see. Don't take this offensively. There's lads that have come out of college that have told me they've got a distinction in plastering and they can't plaster. They can't mix plaster. They can't mix a bucket of finish to the right consistency. They can't put it on the wall. And they've said, oh, I've got I've just done my college. I've got a distinction in plastering. And I'm thinking, what? I don't know what they're teaching there. I've never went to college for plastering. And I'm glad that I didn't ultimately because I've never been asked for my qualifications for it. I'm sure if I went to college, I'd get the qualifications for it, but I don't know. I don't know. I'm not going to say it's a waste of time because it's not. Ultimately, you're going to learn, aren't you? But I don't know what the. I'd love to go on a college course and find out what they're actually teaching them. Maybe a lot of it's health and safety. Um, Tommy Williams, we must have the same dad. The story sounds too familiar. Got into a lot of trouble at college, and he happy dragged me out to work for him. Yes. Nico Dodd, interesting stuff, mate. I'm a level 3 year 2 electrical apprentice, and my old man is a chippy, and now he's taking more stuff on, and he's taking on lime rendering courses. Uh, he's taking on a lime rendering course. Do you have any tips for him? Go and do it. Go and do it because lime work is pretty much what it'd be classed as specialist work now because loads and loads of fellas turn it down. So if you can go and learn about lime, lime plastering is ultimately very different plastering of lime than plastering of sand and cement. When you're using it for the base coat, and it's got to go on in. You've got to understand like the thickness of layers and the drying times because it doesn't ultimately set; it dries out, and that's what causes it to set the carbonation of the air. There's quite a bit to it. I mean, it's easy once you sort of understand it. But if your dad can go and sort of get to grips with that, then he's basically going to be able to corner a little bit of a specialist niche himself and charge a premium for it. So if I was you, mate, I'd be asking your dad to get you on the course as well. Um, Groove Dodger, I've been a spark since I left school. It's a ball like keeping regs, etc. up to date. Nothing like that for plasterers. I've about retired now, mind you. Yeah, I know my brother-in-law is an industrial electrician. All he ever does is goes to night school. I say to him, "What are you doing?" He's getting another qualification or something needs updated, or he's always in school. To be fair, so yeah, James, hey up, brother, just caught the end. How did the tractor go down? The big one, mate. James, he absolutely like so. Just so you know, guys, James Alafoon here popped in and seen me today. Doesn't live a million miles away. We did a little job together the other week, and he popped in and seen me today and brought me some presents for the kids. He brought me some sweets for the girls, and for the little fella, he got me a little John Deere tractor. He must have seen him in his little John Deere overalls, and it's got a little impact driver, little toy impact driver, and you can take the wheels off and the lid off. All he's been doing, James, is taking the. I wanted to make a little WhatsApp video and send it to you, mate. He's been taking the screws in and out, and he's class, mate. It's class. It's probably one of the best toys he's got. He's made up of it. So, mate, you're an absolute legend, James. Thank you very much, mate. You've literally the little fella's been. He took it to his nan's before, not the tractor, just a little screw gun. He was going around screwing the cupboards and everything. He flipping loves it. Solomon Construction. Oh, Kirk, see you Tuesday. We're leaving at 2 a.m. and we'll be driving to Edinburgh 8 hours. See you soon. Flipping it, mate. Pick me up on the way back. Bring me on the way home if you're coming home on Wednesday. My van might be staying in Edinburgh, mate, the way it's playing up. David Pugh. Best of Lime or Anglia Lime Company for modern day lime plastering. Who's near me? There's a company near me. Mike Y. Mike Y. I'm sure it's Mike Y Lime. Tell you another company tell you if you're interested in doing lime plastering. Anyone? There's a company now. Just let me just confirm the name of it. Wait there. I've got a load of bags of it here. Right. Okay. There's a company called Breather Plaster. And these guys are making lime products. I've literally got a load of it here for a couple of little jobs. These guys are making lime plaster that sets within 2 hours. Okay, so it's a hydraulic lime, and maybe they've added a few more additives to it. I don't know because it's you don't have to mix it with anything. So I don't know if they've added sand to it or what aggregate they've put it. I don't know. It's a special blend, but they've done something to make it set quite quick. And what they've literally tried to do is make a base coat plaster and a finishing plaster that almost mimics the setting times of what we're used to using, like hard wall and finish. So it's not a massive leap to start using lime. Why is that saying battery low? Oh, wait there. I might have plugged that in the wrong one. Give us a second, guys. Is that on? Don't know why. There we go. That's better. Flipping laptop wasn't plugged in. Yeah, so it mimics the setting time. Breather plaster. It is breather plaster. Let me just confirm. Yeah, breathe a plaster. Great company. Interesting products that they're bringing out. There's 3 different types of lime plaster they do. There's just a solely base coat plaster, which is really lightweight. It's an insulating base coat. And then they do a base coat plaster that you can trowel up smooth. So you can use it as a base coat and you can then use it as a fine finishing coat and trowel it up. It's got like a medium-sized aggregate. And then they do a very fine finishing plaster. So these 2 you can trowel both. There's a base coat that you can't trowel up and finish, but then there's 2 that you can sort of get a nice finish on them. So that might be worth having a look at as well. Jordan B, 8 years plaster and rough cast and render and roofing and scaffolding, our own jobs. Spot on, mate. Spot on. I had to go put my own scaffolding at once. Nearly killed us all. James Adafoon and the sweeties. Hope you kept your hands off them. Safe trip to Heaven, pal. Enjoy yourself. Yeah, James, saying that, mate. They didn't make it in the house, mate. They had to stay in here with me. Sorry. This body of mine, mate, takes some maintaining. You know, trying to keep yourself at a nice, consistent 18 stone. Like I have to do quite a bit of eating. You know. Where are we up to? Stephen Gordon, evening mucker, long time. Hope you're doing good. Just seen you online. Christ's sake, when you're going on holiday? Yes. I'll be gone tomorrow, mate. Well, in fact, saying that, I've got I just seen the mother and father-in-law before. We're all going to Tenerife. Tenerife in a couple of months' time. Well, when I say all, the eldest daughter doesn't want to go. She wants to stay here. So she's staying back. And the middle daughter isn't decided whether she wants to go. She might stay here as well. So, don't know. But ultimately, I'll be going. I'll be off to Tenerife in a couple of months' time. Paul Baker. I bet you as well. I've got me dates come through for me scan for me knee. Right. What's the betting on this? I've got the date through for me scan on my knee for me snapped ACL. I went and seen the physiotherapist, and she did a test, and she's like, "Yes, you've snapped your ACL. It's gone." I can. She didn't push down on me leg. She does a certain thing with her arm. She puts her arm under your calf, and then she pushes down on your thigh like quite hard, and your foot pops up the other end, right? So she does that on my good leg, and she's like, "Right, I've popping them down. That's fine." She does that on my bad leg, pushes down, and my foot just stays completely still, doesn't move. She's tried it a few times, pushing hard, moving her arm up and down, nothing, doesn't. And she said, "That's it. That's how we test whether you've snapped your ACL." She went, "You have snapped your ACL 100%. I need to send you for a scan and then refer you to a surgeon," right? So I said, "Well, can't I just go and see the surgeon?" She went, "The surgeon needs to see the scan. He won't operate on you. He won't just go off my word. He has to look at a scan." So I've got my date for my scan, which is next month, and then that takes about 3 or 4 weeks to get back to the doctors, and then she'll refer me to the surgeon. And what are the betting, right? What are we betting that the operation comes the same date that I book my holiday? You watch. I can almost guarantee it. I can almost guarantee it. It's why. This is the reason why. If you ever see my van, that's the reason why I bought a high top, longer. Oh well, it's a medium wheelbase, but it's a long van. You know, that's the reason why. Because whenever I used to put plasterboards on my roof rack, it would rain. Like it could be a beautiful summer's day, but if I put plasterboards on the roof, it would rain. things like that just happen to me. So I can almost guarantee I'll book the holiday and I'll get the date through for the operation, and it'll be whilst I'm meant to be on holiday. Um, Paul Baker. Hi, Paul here. I need to get rid of Pebble Dash, then render. Any suggestions? Um, Depends what you want, mate. Depends what you want. I mean, depends on what style you're going for. There's some you could redash it. I love Pebble dashing, depending on what you do. Dashing looks really depending on what stone you use. In fact, there's some modern renders. Eco Rend do a dash receiver. K Rend do a dash, and I think the little chippings that you throw, you can get different colours in those. Depend. I'm just going off on a bit of a mad one here for you. I mean, you might not want this at all, but if you look at the dash receiver, you can get different colours on that, and you can get different colour dash. So that could look really smart. Or you could go down the thin coat system or sand and cement. I mean, I like all the traditional stuff. I would rather use, sand and cement or lime, where there's all these sort of scraped renders cost a flipping fortune, don't they? Which is okay, but it's all I ever seem to get asked for now. Never really get asked for pebble dashing or flipping sand and cement anymore, but I actually prefer doing it. Chris Swan, yeah, learnt the free coat plaster, screeds, fixing lath, plasterboard, enrichment, and reading drawings. There you go, mate. Do you know what? I'm glad you've said that, Chris. That's what they're doing in college. Chris, answer this, mate. How long ago did you go to college? Because my dad went to college, right? My dad did his city and golds in plastering, and this is the stuff that he learned. But my dad can actually do this stuff. Like he taught me to do this stuff. So I don't know because I know young Kieran who worked for me went to college, and he was telling me that he was making little running molds and stuff, but yet he couldn't do them like he was doing them in college, but he couldn't do them on his own. He was sort of doing them. I don't know if the teacher was just sort of showing them what to do and that was the end of it, or if they actually had a bit of hands on and actually did a bit of it. I don't know. So it'd be interesting, Chris, if you tell me how long ago you went, and would you feel confident going off to a job now and actually doing it, or would you feel like you've just sort of got an understanding of it and you'd still like to practice it a bit more? Stephen Watson, qualifications mean nothing. You can do the job, prove it, and you've got the job. That's ultimately how it goes with plastering. Domestic wise, anyway. I've never turned up to a customer's house and said, right, I want to see your qualifications. But building sites and going to other countries, if you want to go to Australia, then the qualifications are quite important. If you want to, get a CSCS card and it say plasterer, sorry, mumbling my words, then it's quite important to have a qualification. That's how I ended up with it. We got on-site assessed for level 2 in plastering so that we could have our CSCS cards with plasterer wrote on them. So we did all that, and it was only a year or two later, the recession came, and that was the end of it, and I never bothered renewing it. But that's another thing as well. You have to renew it. You got to keep paying, haven't you? Do you know what? I was going on about this. How many things are there these days, like where people make money off the back of you? Like you've got to renew things, and I was on about this. I've just right. Me and the father-in-law were on about this a couple of hours back. Van insurance. I've just done my van insurance now. I've just renewed literally today. I've just paid it today. 800 quid, right? 800. Me last year's insurance was about 370 quid, and now it's 800 quid. Now, granted, I actually got caught doing 26 miles an hour in a 20. So I got 3 points. I got a speeding thing. So that's gone on my license, right? But here's the thing. This is what when you actually think about it. If you drive down the road, right, even if it's not your fault and you have a bump, yeah, and you claim on your insurance goes up, doesn't it? Any claims within the last 5 years, whatever, your insurance goes up. So basically, it's just a racket, isn't it? When you think about it, you have to pay insurance, right? You have to pay it, but then if you have a bump, then your insurance goes up after the bump. So that's almost like you pay insurance no matter what, and if you have a bump, it's like you get a loan because you're paying it back for the next 5 years. Does that make sense? I'm like, it's just a scam, isn't it? It's just a scam. So I was actually looking into it. If you have a certain amount of money, you don't need insurance. If you've got, you can have a certain amount of money, you can set up your own insurance company and insure yourself. So I was thinking, what we should do is right, just get like flipping 200 tradesmen, and you all put your money into one account, or you all flipping guarantee that you'll put money into one account, and then we just make your own insurance company, and we all just flipping pay, I don't know, £5 a year insurance or something, as long as that money's in the pot. Am I just talking shit? That probably wouldn't work, would it? But wishful thinking. I feel like we just get rinsed, off the back of the working man. We just get flipping fleeced, don't we? Um, Groove Dodger, Stephen Gordon. I went 3 years ago. Had a great time. Weird having black sand. Where's this now? Oh, here we go. Oh yeah, Chris One. Paul, hack it off will give you less problems in the future. If you put a stronger coat on the dash, it will crack bad. Yeah. Ultimately, even if it's quite solid, it's still better to take it off, really. But saying that, in some situations, depending on what you're above, sometimes it's advantageous to leave it on. I've I've re-dashed houses over the top of like big conservatories and stuff, where taking it off was just going to cause more issues than anything. Trying to hack it off without putting, you know, got loads of stuff dropping on the conservatory, and then I know you can plank it and sheet it, but yeah, sometimes going over it's okay as long as it's solid. But Jordan B, my girlfriend would be raging if I wanted to meet a famous. Yeah. Good night, sweetheart. Good night, chicken. Stephen Gordon just come back from Los Gigantes in Tenerife, I think it's pronounced. All inclusive, non-stop food and drink. Seriously, take the kids to Siam Park and Loro Park. They will love it, bud. Loro Park or Loro Park. Yeah, I'm going to, mate. I'm going to. I've been told about that. I've been told about that Siam Park as well, that it's good there. Jordan B, whereabouts are you working? I don't know if you're referring to me, mate, but I get all over the place, to be honest with you. Groove Dodger, Stephen Gordon, I went 3 years ago. I had a great time having black sand. Right, this is the Tenerife chat here. Chad Ryan, going on the topic of dash, have you used white sand? It tends to bring the colour of the dash more. Yeah, and it's nice if you use white cement. And in fact, I tell you the last dashing job that I did, I used white sand. I used one white sand and one hydrated lime, and 5 red sand. Now, as a dash receiver, now red sand's not the ideal thing to work with, especially for plastering, because it doesn't dry that hard. But anyway, regardless of that, that was the mix I used. It was white cement, lime, and red sand mixed up. It looks the same color as finishing plaster. It literally looks like multi-finish in a tub. But when it dries, it goes a heck of a lot lighter. It doesn't go white. It just goes like a very, very soft pink color. And on top of that, we used boring Canterbury Spar, grade 8 Canterbury Spar. But I tell you what, all the houses in the street are all Canterbury Spar, you see, and all the render on them is all like black, behind. It's all gone like stained black. And the two houses that I did side by side, they just pop. And we spent time as well ruling the base coat off, ruling the top coat off before we dashed it, so they look dead flat. It's quite nice. But there's loads of things you can do with dash. There's literally no end to color choices and stone choices, and Charlie Carter, I'm still here. Fair dues, Charlie. Hey, Charlie, your mum would be sick of listening to me now, mate. Come on, rein it in, isn't it? You know, it's 12 o'clock, Charlie. Shouldn't you be playing on your Xbox or something by now? Davy Pugh can't beat three coat sand and lime putty. Yeah, flipping three coat work, mate. Absolutely perfect, isn't it? Flat. Eversmooth Pro. Have you ever sealed Monocouche renders after they have been done to stop the black stains and gets the from the rain, etc.? No, I don't, but I do recommend that the customers do it. I just think for what is it? It's about 130 quid for a tub of sealer. I always just say, we use K-Rend predominantly where I live. It's the main sort of render. Although there's a video coming out of a little surprise. I'll just tell you. Every builder's merchants near me stocks K-Rend. So all Monocouche render in my area, everybody calls Monocouche where I live. They all call it K-Rend. So I'll never get a customer phone me up and say, I want a scrape render, I want Monocouche. All they say is we want it K-Rend, right? So if you turn up and try and use anything other than K-Rend, then they're going to think there's something wrong. So we end up just using the brand K-Rend all the time. Now, I've just done a job close to me and took all the tiles off the front. They had like tiles, on the wall, top half of the house was tiled, the front of it. It had a cavity, so there was no issue with that. There was no issue with penetrating damp because Monocouche is, lets moisture pass through it. So we took all the tiles off and base coated it and meshed it, and then FS Trade in Liverpool is where I go and buy the K-Rend from because they literally stock every colour there. And this couple, they wanted York, right? So I never even considered it. I just thought they'll have it, doesn't matter. Phoned up, they didn't have any in stock. Tried all the other merchants, nowhere had York. So I phoned back to FS Trade again in Liverpool and said to them, "Can you get me some?" And they said it's going to be an order. It's going to be a couple of weeks before it comes. So I was like, "Oh, can't wait a couple of weeks for the stuff." So then he said to me, the fella, he goes, "Kirk," he said, "just have a look at this. Have a look at Eco Rend." He said, "They do a colour called buttercream, I think it is." He said, "If you look at York and buttercream, put them next to each other, the colours are identical. It's exactly the same colour." So he was right. Spoke to the customer. They said, "Yeah, it's fine. We don't care what brand." I just explained, "Look, it's just the brand. It's exactly the same type of product. It's just a different brand. You can get Heinz beans or Asda's own baked beans. It's beans are beans. They're just different brands. I said, so similar thing with the render. You call it K-Rend, but K-Rend is the actual brand, not the product name of it. So, anyways, we got this Eco Rend, put it on, and I'm not kidding you. It goes on. It was absolutely beautiful to put on. No dropping. K-Rend, it like falls apart as you're putting it on the wall, like bits are dropping off it. This dropped hardly any of it. It's like whipped cream when it's mixed up. Eco Rend. It comes in sealed bags, not like the paper bags. Everything else seems to come in a paper bag. When you get them wet and they're knackered, or you move them, you put a bag of K-Rend in your van, take it out, put it back in and out again. By the time you've moved it 4 times, that's it. The bag's starting to rip. All the paper's ragged off the back of it. It's knackered. Eco Rend comes in a waterproof bag. It's like whipped cream to use. Lovely to put on. Scrapes back after like 4 hours. We left it for 4 hours and it was ready to scrape. Scrapes back lovely. It's just a beautiful product. So, yes. How did we get onto this topic? Have I ever sealed it? So that's where I was going. Yeah, just on that job. I said to the customers, look, as soon as that's dried out, you would be better off sealing it. We can seal it for you. You can get onto Eco Rend. You'll be able to buy it off their website. They'll sell a sealer to seal it, stop all the water stains and stuff. We could do it for you, but we charge you for it. And ultimately, it's just putting one layer on with a roller. I mean, you can do it yourself on a Sunday morning in the sun. It doesn't have to be done now. You can do it later in the summer, whatever. So I don't personally seal them because I just think it's not really what I want to get into doing when the customers can do it themselves. Obviously, if there's a little old deer and it was a big house or something, we'd do it for them if they wanted it. But Peter Skidmore, Kirk, how do I become as good as you? Been watching your vids for ages now. Well, I don't think I'm good. I don't, I don't. I think the thing with plastering is, mate, you never ever stop learning. You know, I feel confident doing what I'm doing, but I wouldn't say that I'm thinking of anything special. As I said, I'm. You know, people say this because I'm on YouTube. Oh, you think you're great, do you? I was like, no, I'm just making videos for me lad, and then like the channel kicked off. So I just think I'm a regular guy. I don't think I'm good at it. But ultimately, mate, I'll tell you my thing. Sort of where I would say good's here. I'd say I'm here and beginning's here. You know, I began here, started quite young, but I don't think that really matters. I think if you're keen to learn, you can get quite good quite quick at anything if you want to. But I'm quite an obsessive person. Once I sort of, I'm like all or nothing. If I want to do something, I really go all in on it, you know. So I used to lie in bed at night thinking about ways that I could be better at plastering, thinking about things that I could do to be faster and neater, better ways of doing things. It's like anything, mate, if you become obsessed with it. I mean, ultimately, over the years, I've tried my best to learn everything I possibly can about the trade. I've literally read all the books that have been made on plastering. Well, all the books that I know of. That maybe there's more. I don't know. But I'm a bookworm, like so. I've read pretty much all the books that I've found on plastering. I've flipping been in plastering groups. I'll be honest with you. I'm at the point now where I'm not sick of it, but I don't read plastering books at bedtime no more. You know, I've sort of like I tell you this. I tell you what's happened with me. The phase of wanting to be the best plasterer in the world and learn everything has well worn off years ago for me, right? And I sort of, for a long time, I've just been going through the motions of plastering. Okay, just turning up, doing the job, and getting paid, having a laugh in work, having a banter. But the enthusiasm for plastering sort of was peaked in my twenties and has sort of wore off, right? But that said, having this channel now has sort of rekindled it a bit, you know. Like I'm not still not studying books and stuff at night time, but I do enjoy sort of trying to, tweak things, thinking of ways to explain things better. So it sort of rekindled it a little bit for me. But that's all I could say to you, mate. Become a little bit obsessed, and I'm sure you'll improve no end. Um, Alfie Lander, for me in college, there is no screeding at anything. It's only sand and cement render, back coat and finishing plaster and dry lining, and a shit ton of health and safety. Yeah, still good that they're teaching back coat and, you be ruling off and stuff. I know that if they're not screeding walls and stuff, but even still, I mean, how many people flipping dot and screed walls nowadays? It's like it just takes forever, doesn't it? I'm gonna make videos on that actually though. I will be putting videos up of floating walls and screed method and then freehand method and what have you, just because I know there's loads of beginners that use my sort of channel as reference, and for them it wouldn't matter if it took an extra day. So, laying screeds and stuff with sand and cement is something that we will do, or I will make a video on, just because it's an easier way. You ultimately can't really get it wrong, you know. Charlie Carter, you don't get much fans watching you for this long, do you, Kirk? Told you I'm the biggest fan. Charlie's yeah. So just by the way, this lad here, Charlie, he's Aunt Isabel's mate. Well, Charlie, I don't know if Aunt Isabel said before that she's got a I'm not going to say too much, mate. I've heard through the grapevine that you used to a course in each other, mate. A sweet love at 12 years old. So, Charlie, you'll have to come round for your interview. All right, mate. I want you to sit in my little chair here, and I'm going to grill you and ask you all sorts of questions. Oh, mate. Where have we gone here now? Oh, here we go. I've flipping lost loads of comments again. Chris Swan, 20 years ago, Prime, same system as today, but less college teach Right, okay, Chris one. 20 years ago was when Chris went to college, but same system as today, but less college teach. We made our own molds, had a bay to yourself. I did all the cornice repairs for old work, but don't like doing it now. I'm self-employed. Yeah, I'm with you, mate. Yeah, I don't know. I think ultimately college depends on the length of the time that you do the course for. I don't know if there's lads nowadays doing like college courses in 1 year for plastering. I don't know. I don't know if that's the case. I don't know, if you can get like a if the City and Guilds course is still 3 years, but there's like you can get an MVQ or something in 12 months. I don't know. Maybe that's where I'm getting a bit of confusion, lads saying to me they've got distinctions in what they've done, and then I'm looking and thinking, what have you been doing in college? Like, what have you actually learnt? So maybe that's what's happened, mate. Maybe I've just caught lads that have maybe just rolled off doing a 1 year course or something. I don't know. And ultimately, here's the thing as well: if you're a young lad and you sort of leave school and you don't know what to do and you haven't really made a choice and you end up in college doing a course that you've just sort of landed in and you've just come out of the school system where you wasn't really that interested in school and now you're in college and it's like being in school again but for grown-ups a little bit, how much are you actually going to learn? Whereas say now if I went back to college to learn anything now, I'd be the star pupil. But if I had gone straight from school, I wouldn't be interested in the slightest. It'd just be like it literally was for me. I went to college to train to be an electrician. I picked up the bits that I wanted to learn, but I can't tell you the rest of it. The volt, the triangle. Where you work out the volts, the amps, and the flipping whatever. I can't remember how to do any of that. He showed us how to work out, how many amps there are and how many volts there are by the other two. There's something else I can't even flipping remember it and how to flipping wire a socket, That's what I wanted to learn. And I think that's what happens with a lot of these young lads that maybe go end up on these plastering courses. They're not there because they want to be. If someone in the mid-30s went to college now because they want to train to be a plasterer, they'd soak everything up and probably come out, flying. So um, Alfie Lander, don't even get me started on insurance. Passed me test 2 months back for a Citroen C1, pay around 3 grand a year. I wanted a van, but that was 8 grand a year. It's scandalous, mate. It's absolutely bizarre. It's absolutely bizarre. Peter Skidmore, Charlie Carter, I'm his biggest fan. Lol. Pete, just so you know, Charlie is me a friend of me daughter's, shall we say. I think he's 12, mate. He's 12. He's a lovely young fella. He's 12 years of age, mate. So, uh, Robardo Kennedy, 200 tradesman insurance. Nice ring to it. Yes, I think so, mate. Right. Where are we? Umar Javid. Hey, Mr. Kirk. I like that, Mr. Kirk. Thank you, Umar. I'm going to start asking people to address me like that, Mr. Kirk, from now on. Mm. Hope you're well. What do you prefer on plasterboard, multi-finish, or board finish? I yet have to use board finish. I haven't tried it yet. I prefer board finish for everything, mate. I like board finish on everything. You can use board finish on reskims. You can use it on the lot. It just sets a little bit quicker, and it polishes a little bit better, in my opinion. And you get the job done quicker. And ultimately, I'm not all about speed these days, but I also don't like sitting around just waiting to get a mix finished. I like it to sort of goes. So I usually will use board finish, and then I will throw maybe a sachet or half a sachet of this stuff in just to speed it up a little bit more. Now, even if I'm getting a big sort of set on, I might just put half of one of them in the second coat, just so you're not hanging around forever. But as you sort of get more experience at skimming, you'll get a feel for it and know sort of how fast you want it to go off. Alfie Lander, you'll have to sit him down and see what he looks at first. If it's the Refiner logo, you've got a good one, but if it's a Budweiser banner, there's a problem. Alfie. Steve Gordon. Kurt, you're the craftsman now. Blokes that need to ask are on the journey to being a plasterer. A craftsman just asks for clients' requirements, and you see him once it's all done. Okay. Yes, I see what you're saying, Steve. Yeah, spot on, mate. G, could you explain why you use carbon steel instead of stainless steel? One rusts and the other doesn't. Correct. Correct, mate. The reason I'll tell you the honest truth, the sole reason that I'm using carbon steel now is because when you have got two trowels broken, right? A carbon steel trowel and a stainless steel trowel, if you skim over a wall with both of them, if you do a gauge with or a gauge or a hit, whatever you want to call it, a set of plastering with a stainless steel trowel and then one with a carbon steel trowel, it feels completely different. It feels not just the shape of the trowel, but the way the trowel moves across the plaster. It feels different. When you're used to using stainless steel and then you go to carbon steel, it feels like it's dragging. It actually feels completely different. Now, when when you've been plastering for quite a while, you've got to find ways of keeping it interesting for yourself. So it's just nice to have it. They say like a change is like as good as a break. It was literally just that, mate. I've switched back and to quite a few times over the years, and at the minute, I've only had my YouTube channel for what, a year and a half or something. You've just caught me in a carbon steel stage. Maybe another year or two's time, I'll just switch back to stainless steel. Who knows? It's that's all it is for me. And the fact it rusts and all that, don't worry about that, mate. It literally doesn't. It does, but it doesn't. It's not a big issue. People think that they're gonna put the trowel up and 3 weeks later it'll be disintegrated and turned to flipping dust or something. It doesn't rust that quick. So I mean, you might get a tiny little bit of rust on the blade of your trowel. The rest of it, I'll just show you. When when you're using your trowel for so long, it'll get a nice patina on it. This will all go black. You can soak it in Coca-Cola and vinegar. If you make a little concoction of white vinegar and Coca-Cola mixed together and set your trowel in it, it'll 2 days and it'll be black, and then it won't rust at all. Then, but even if you don't do that, just over time using it, it'll get a natural patina, and then the bit that makes contact with the wall, the three. If you use the Terry trowel there, they'll obviously stay metal coloured. The patina won't be there. But then, if you hang your trowel up for a day or two, you'll notice when you pick it back up again, you'll have little spots of rust on those sections. And all you literally need to do is just take it along. And it'd be done. You can rub it on. You can do that. Literally, I've done that. If I've got a spot of rust on it, you can rub it on a bit of plasterboard. You can literally rub it on an old wall that you're about to reskin. You can rub it on the concrete floor. You can rub it on a fence post. Anything. Just go done. That's it. Rust problem solved. So my dad used to tell me you'd have to get an oily rag and dry the trowel off and fold it into an oily rag and all this so it wouldn't rust. And I mean, there's fellas that do that. All I'm saying to you is I don't. I just hang mine up in the van and that's it. I leave them in my toolbox. I hang it on the van. I hang it in a bucket. I pick it out. If I go on holiday, I come back. There's a load of rust on the edge of it. I just give it a little rub and it's good to go again. Mm. Chris one, all right. I was a 4-year apprentice, 2 years at a 3-4 week block at a time in college, then back end of the 4th year to show you competent. Chris, that's ultimately that is the best sort of apprenticeship, isn't it? That that's the best way of sort of doing college, mate. I think, as you've said. I mean that because then you're coming at you 4 years, you're gonna know something, aren't you, by the end of it? Even if you don't want to be there, you can't go somewhere for 4 years and not know nothing at the end of it. Uh, Pete Skidmore, Charlie Carter, you're the man. Don't just go wrong, or Big Kirk will be on you. Peter Skidmore, Charlie Carter, you're the man. Don't do his girl wrong, or Big Kirk will be on you. The 12. I don't know what goes on when you're 12. Mm. Then again, Charlie, we might have to have a little chat. What does go on when you're 12, Charlie? Hey, if I find out you two are doing kissing, that's it, you're in trouble. Alfie Lander, what's the purple sachet? I know the half time and extra time. What's the other one? Oh wait, that's a secret one. That one. Yeah, there's actually white ones as well. Let me get. Right. So I'll show you all. There's more sachets than this that they do, mate. So you know that one anyway, don't you? They make that. You do that one, half time for plaster. That goes in your finishing plasters. They do the extra time. That goes in. Sorry about the light. Do it like that so you can see it. That goes in the finishing plasters. So your board finishing multi-finish. That's half time for bonding. That's half time for bonding coat. And it's got specifications on the back. If you're using the grey bonding, then you put a different amount in than if you're using the terracotta or pink bonding. It's interesting because they brought all them out, and then British Gypsum must have took note that people want to use stuff. So then British Gypsum brought out Bonding 60 and Fast Set Finish. But ultimately, this guy was the guy that started that off, I think, and made British Gypsum realise there was a need for it. They also brought out, he's got this as well. This is sorry, there's crap on it. That's extra time for render. So anything cement based, that slows down the setting time for that. Now, interestingly enough, just so you know, your Monocouche renders, a lot of them are cement based. So that is a retarder for Monocouche. If you wanted to use it for that, I never have. I've never used it. I've got a few sachets of it. I've never actually used the stuff. The only thing I ever put in anything really is accelerator, and you can buy K-Rend accelerator, and there is another accelerator that they do, and that's half time for drywall adhesive. He also does that as well. So that's what the purple sachet is, mate. Peter Skidmore, all jokes. Hope you're well, lad. That's nice of you, Pete. I'm sure Charlie's sound. He seems a good lad, to be fair. He has our Isabel and giggling and laughing, so that's nice to hear. Stephen Gordon, carbon gives a flat, clean finish, nice and stiff too, while stainless doesn't rust, breaks in quicker and will wear out over time. Flexibles are good for cleaning the floor. Yes, I'm man after my own heart. Chris one, there's been some numpties. Kieran O'Keefe, I must be the only person with work in the morning. Yeah, mate, it's look at this, right? What this is mad. It's Sunday. No, it's Monday morning now. What are we doing, boys? It's Monday morning. There's been 107 people. I'm going to Edinburgh tomorrow. I mean, I haven't got to go to work, so I can have a little lie in. As long as I get there for 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I think the check-in is, I can check into the hotel. So, if I set off at 10 o'clock, I'm all right. I can have a lie in the morning. So if you boys, listen, I ain't got nothing more exciting to say. So if you boys are in work tomorrow, man, just sign off and go to sleep. I'm just reading. I'm just having a chat with you. Roberto Kennedy, Big Kirk, next Sam Allardyce, maybe. Who's Sam Allardyce? I've heard that name. Who the hell is Sam Allardyce? The white one's Colombian time. You don't put it in the plaster, but makes you do it twice as fast. It's for Fridays. Yes. Hairdos. Stay away from drugs, by the way, kids. It's not good for you. Especially you, Roberto. Stay off that stuff, mate. It doesn't do you any favors. Mm. So, and you know what? Just whilst we're touching on that as well, I genuinely mean that. I genuinely mean that. Even even lads that just do it on the weekend and stuff, right, cost an absolute fortune. And I've seen it. You can go on the weekends or partying, doing all that caper, and I guarantee the next day you will feel gutted. You'll feel empty, soulless the next day. Not good for your mental health, man. It's honestly, it just makes you feel depressed, and it'll cost you the flipping fortune. And who knows what stupid shit you'll do when you're high. So give it a swerve. Trust me, learn from experience. I was lucky. I sort of did stupid things when I was younger and learned the hard way, but learned quick, fast learner. Didn't take me long to suss out this is a mugs game. And then ultimately now, grown up, I know lads that haven't stopped doing it. And I look at them now and I look at where they've gone in life and I think to myself, I'm not saying that this is for everybody, not tarring everyone with the same brush, but the majority that have stayed doing it. I just look at their lives and I think, and I'm not being judgmental, but they're not happy, they haven't got to where they haven't accomplished, because it's all been about the weekend, living for the weekend and then blowing the cash every weekend. And the savings are gone, because there's no savings, there's no deposit for a house. There's, depends what you want out of life, ultimately, But if I wasn't married, right? If wasn't married and I didn't have kids, I would probably drink myself stupid, right? And party. Probably, right? Because I know I know my own weaknesses, right? And here's the thing: if I continue to live that lifestyle now, which I know a lot of fellas do, who suffers more? You suffer yourself, but your missus and kids suffer, don't they? Also, now I'm not having a big flipping going about you, by the way, Bardo. I'm just on about in general from what I observe with people around where I live. That when there's lads that I know what they're doing, they're out in the boozers, and I know what they're up to when they're back in two, and they're on the phone outside, and things are getting dropped off, and you just watching what's going on, and I see the same people, and I see I see the lives and what they're doing with their lives, and ultimately it's the families that suffer, it's the families that the money that they're spending and the money that they're losing, it's the families that don't get the money. Us men, all we do is work to provide, isn't it? That's my purpose in life, is to make sure that my missus and kids are protected and looked after and have all the nice things that they want. And if I'm flipping blowing loads of dosh on nonsense, that makes me feel down and not talkative and ultimately sulky around them so they don't get the best of me. And then not only that, there's flipping no money because I'm blowing the savings, flipping up my hooter every weekend. Then they don't get the holidays, they don't get the horses, they don't get the flipping, the driving lessons because dad hasn't got the money because he's a flipping lunatic. Just a knock-on effect, isn't it? So it, I'm not recommending it. Try everything in life. Try it just so you know what it is, but don't flipping get stuck on it. If you have to try it, but just don't carry on down that route. Stevie B, my favourite is home time after the day on the spread. Yeah, that's what it is, to do a bag of home time, not half time. Uh, Alfie Lander, didn't even know they made it. Stuff. Cheers. Yeah, he does quite a few things, mate. Easy Mix. Easy Mix is their website. It's I think they do scrim now, by the way. They actually do a scrim as well. The yellow scrim that you'll see me using in the videos. Purple bonding stuff went off rapid set before I got it to the wall, put too much in. That's it. You always got to read the instructions on the back of it as well. Rob does DIY. Love the videos like yours. Learn loads. Self-taught. Keen DIYer. I have a used Marshalltown and refiner flexi given by a plaster pal of mine. You watched the fight. I didn't, mate. I missed the fight. I wanted to watch it. Both of them, I knew both my brother-in-laws would have it, and I was undecided which brother-in-law should have hit on to go and watch the fight round at his house. So I said to my missus, let's see what your John's up to. And then we seen where he was, and he was at a friend's, like a friend of the family. He was there with the other brother-in-law, so they were both together at this lad's house, and they had set up in the garden the barbecue and the fire pit, and they put the big screen in the garden, and ultimately they were both. So my missus said, "Do you fancy going to Paul's and we'll watch the fight there in the garden?" And we both looked at each other, me and my missus, and we're like, mosquitoes, nighttime, cold, the baby. So we didn't go. So I didn't watch it, mate, unfortunately, no. Right, Chris Swan, take it easy, mate. Good night, God bless. Stevie B, 7 a.m. start. Sleep is for the weak. Mate, you'll be gutted tomorrow, though. Rob does DIY. Currently off with chest infection, can't sleep. Luckily, I'm self-employed. Yeah, luckily, yeah, so you get your nice sick pay anyway. We're all in the same boat. Rob, don't worry, mate. I know the score. Off work, no money coming in. Flipping fantastic. People say when you're self-employed as well, you're your own boss. And the truth of the matter is, you get about 365 bosses. You have to go for 52 job interviews. It's flipping nuts, isn't it? Rocky, any tips on the best way patina and breaking a carbon steel at Marshalltown? Been watching and subbed for a while now, been plastering for nearly 20 years and still learn a few tricks from you. Um, yes, mate, I've just mentioned this, so in case you missed it, make a little mixture, get a full 2 litre bottle of Coke and get a tub of white vinegar off Amazon or from wherever you buy it from. I don't know. I don't know where you can buy white vinegar. I never go shopping. I'm not a chauvinist, but like it's my missus's job to do the shopping, so I don't even know if they sell white vinegar in the shops. I just buy stuff like that from Amazon. It's a couple of quid. Coca-Cola, white vinegar, tip it in a tub, sit the trowel in it. Don't soak the handle in it. Just keep it just as the blade's covered, and that's it. That give that a day and a half in there and pick it out, it'll be black. And by the way, it soaks off the sticker. The sticker when you get buy brand new trousers, that will go as well. Just being in the liquid for 2 days, it'll come out be black, be patinaed, perfect. And then I always like to give them a little rub on the concrete floor just to start the edge off, and then just use it for sand and cement, or Monocouche render for as much as you possibly can. I end up doing tons and tons of Monocouche rendering jobs. So for me, I a new trowel on mono doesn't really make a difference, but it does wear them in lovely, especially if you're putting loads on. I hand apply. I should get a machine the amount of flipping Monocouche that I do, but I don't really want to fork out and I've got nowhere to put the machine, so Peter Skidmore, it's like being in the buzzer. um Roberto Kennedy, he's a football man just because he's called Big Sam. Steve Gordon. What do you expect, Kurt? We stand up to our necks in finish. Rough coat rendered all day. Gassing on here is way better. Yeah, sound. Cheers, Steve. Lord of the Rings, loved it. Just staying on. Night man, enjoy Edinburgh. Cheers, mate. Have a good one. Peter Skidmore, drugs are for mugs. I agree, mate. I agree. And again, I won't tell lies, mate. I learned the hard way. Been there, done that. Wasted the money. Probably knocked a few years off my life in the process. I'm too old for all that now. You live and learn. 100%, mate. In fact, the thought of it now, now I'm like 30. I did all that nonsense, literally. Left school at 15, was earning loads of money instantly because I could already plaster. So you sort of 15, 16, 17, you start giving give a 16-year-old £600-700 a week with no outgoings and watch what happens, right? I can tell you what happens. Life, things go sideways very flipping fast. And I went flipping nuts for about 2 or 3 years. And then all that just I realized within, before I was in my 20s, all that was canned, done, finished. I did all that nonsense when I was a kid in my teenage years and realized this is crap. This is not the way to live, you know. So you just got to do and dust, done and dusted, and put it to bed, and then that's it. And the thought of it now, for me, the thought of going out, you know, even the thought of going to a nightclub now, I'm like, what? Going out at midnight for a laugh? I want to be tucked up in bed at 2 o'clock in the morning, not out at a party. And then the thought of like being stood in someone's kitchen till the sun comes up. Oh, mate, makes me flipping, gives me a cold shiver. Flipping disgusting. Uh, to all, Sean MUFC 89. Wonder what would happen if you put waterproofer in gypsum-based products. I've wondered what would happen as well. I've also wondered that. I don't know, ultimately. I do know one thing, it wouldn't work very well in a, gypsum-based back coat plaster because the vermiculite, I think expanded vermiculite, whatever the aggregate's called, the lightweight stuff in bonding and hardwall, I think that would let moisture pass through there, so I don't think it'd work very well in them. Not 100% sure. When you look at the, structure of sand and cement, you know, and how the waterproofer works, um, it works so well because it fills in all those little indiscrepancies between them. So I don't know how it would work with the back coat plaster, gypsum based. And then in the finishing plaster, I think it goes on too thin for it to do anything. I don't actually know. Maybe I would have learned this in college, but maybe we could do an experiment in the future. But I've also wondered the same thing. What waterproof would do to finishing plasters and stuff. I don't know, mate. Alfie Lander, I'm 17 and I've dabbled in the devil's lettuce and it really ain't worth it. That's the problem with my generation. Most who want to sit there high playing games with very little to no work ethic. Yeah, Alfie, I'm glad you've seen the light, mate, as well. I mean, as I said, I don't recommend anybody do it, but if you're that way inclined and you want to experience it, then we'll just say, yeah, okay, I've done it, I've tried it, like you, Alfie. You know what it's about now. You know what it's about. So I'll tell you one thing. I would never change nothing in my life. I'm glad that I did it, you know. All the different things I've done over the years, you know. I mean, Charlie, if you're still listening, cover your ears, mate. I don't want your mum shouting at me for this. But I did all the nonsense, you know, tablets and speed and flipping cocaine and flipping. I done all, tried them all when I was younger. Would I take any of them again? No, never. Not interested whatsoever. Load of nonsense, flipping. For the little high that you get a bigger low, right? And it costs money, and you flipping make a fool of yourself, and it's just nonsense, right? I'm aware now though, because I sort of went dabbled in it so much, sort of in my younger days. I know all the signs, right? If you think for 1 minute one of my kids would get that past me, I'm like, they come home. Oh, Chloe comes in after she's been to a party. You know, she's 21. She comes in. I'm like, I have a torch in her eyes. Where have you been? Look at me. Look at me in the eyes. Yeah, my kids ain't getting nothing past me, I tell you. Mm. Dave Pugh, I'm putting up 41 kilogram sound blocks in the morning. I don't miss them days, mate. Fair play to you. Uh, Fixing Old Trafford. Sure, seen. Okay, I missed a comment there, I think. Simon Payton. Kirk, I went down a dark path with drugs, getting back on feet. Back to work now. Thanks in part to you. Spot on. Appreciate that, mate. Thank you very much. Always welcome to reach out to me as well, mate. If I've been, there's only sort of so much that I can sort of say on lives and stuff, you know, because you got to remember, potentially my kids can watch this, my grandkids can watch this. You know, I don't want to say too much as well, you know. So, but that whole scene, mate, and that all the things that went on and all the rest of it. Yeah, I can tell you all sorts of stuff about my past, mate. If you ever want to have a little chat privately. Um, we I can say it now as well. For a little while, I sort of went off the rails a little bit when I was a kid. You got to know with me, I sort of grew up on a council estate, um, around a load of scallywags, and um, sort of went in and out with the wrong crowd and what have you. And we got to all sorts of stuff, and that whole lifestyle that they live in, ultimately, it's 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 just nonsense, you know. And lads selling drugs and stuff like that, you know, selling things. I mean, we used to we used to go around and just tax them. So as me and my mate, before we go out, you know, we wouldn't want to just lay out loads of money. So we would just literally find out who was doing what, go around and just take it off them and take the money off them as well. But you know, I regret it now, to be honest with you. You know, I've been and seen the people that we did these stupid things with and apologized and tried to make amends for it. You know, you do stupid things when you this is the thing, when you're a young lad, you want to be all macho and think you're tough and all that, and ultimately that comes back and bites you in the ass. You know? It's just better in life to just be a nice person, isn't it? You know, just be nice and sort of try and spread the niceness and be, you know, upbuilding and uplifting. Sort of going round trying to flipping flex doesn't ultimately get you anywhere. It just makes people not like you. And what you don't want is people in the background trying to do damage to you when you know, say for instance, you do something mean to somebody, they will hate you for the rest of your life. And if they haven't got the bottle to confront you and say it to your face, they'll just do things to you sneakily behind your back. You know, they'll still try and hurt you just when you're not looking. So it's just better to just be nice, isn't it? You know, and don't create that for yourself in the future. Peter Skidmore's like being in the booth. I know, mate, and I'm sober. I haven't drank since I say last year. I haven't drank since just after Christmas. Uh Vaughney, Vogue, Penny 3. Why are you off to Edinburgh? Basically, mate, it's just another fella, another plasterer has organised it. He's got a group of loads of plasterers in it, and they go every year, and they've invited me. So that's the only reason, really. Peter Skidmore, Sunday Night Big. I'll take that as a compliment. I'm assuming, Pete, you're not talking about me fat belly. Uh, Steve Gordon, offer me a bacon roll or a bag of whiz. Pass me the ketchup. Done with all that. Had me wild times in my 20s and past all that now. Yeah, I think it's nice when you sort of grow out of that, isn't it? You know, nice. It's nice when I see lads and they're doing well. You know, and I remember the last time I seen you, we were at such and such a gaff. You know, and then now he's driving past me in his nice car with his missus and kids and stuff. It's sort of nice to see people come out the other side of it as well. I tell you what I like seeing as well. There was because I've always been a bit of a beer monster. You know, my whole life. You know, finishing work, going for a pint, and it's only the last since literally since this Christmas that I've literally just stopped drinking alcohol only because I get reflux. I mean, I love beer. I could murder a pint. You know, I'd love to have a nice bottle of freezing cold bottle of Peroni now, but the thought of getting reflux just it's not worth it. But there used to be a lad in the pub, and he'd be there. You know, he'd turn up in the morning, sort of as soon as the doors opened, he'd be half cut. Then you know, he'd had a bottle of red wine or something before he's come out. And I won't mention his name. Lovely, lovely soul. You know, a nice, genuinely nice person. Wouldn't hurt a fly. Just a raging alcoholic. You know, bit of a musician as well. Fantastic on the guitar. And he'd get upset, you know, he'd have a few too many drinks and he'd start getting all emotional and crying and stuff. And he was basically saying, like, you know, he's been told by the doctor if he doesn't can the drinking, if he doesn't stop drinking, he will die. Like his liver was backing and all sorts of stuff. He just wasn't in a good place mentally, and the sort of the worse it was getting for him, the more he was drinking. Anyway, for one reason or another, with a manager yesterday. Shouldn't tell you too much, should I? But I stopped going to that pub. Um, I said I'll never get drinking this pub ever again for a different situation. Nothing bad on my part. Ultimately, the manager has did something that I wasn't keen on, and I said I'm never coming here ever again. And that's the pub where this lad was. Now, since then, I've seen this lad walking every single day. I don't see him every day, but I've seen him. He goes for the walk every single day. Spoke to him. He's completely stopped drinking. So this lad was a raging alcoholic, and now he's completely teetotal. Turned his life round. I see him walking around Ellesmere Port. You know, gets a light little walk on. He's got his headphones on. His face is colourful. His face is full of colour. You know, he's active. He's out exercising every single day. I mean, he's the fella's got a few demons that he's battling, you know, but he's trying his best. And it's just every time I see him, I always make sure I give him a little bib and how you doing? You know, shout his name, like, how you doing? And he's like, all right, yeah, you know. It's flipping lovely to see that he's actually he's trying, you know, and he's overcoming it. So I mean, I was expecting to months ago, oh, you know, he's gone, like, you know, because I've loads of fellas that I know have gone, you know, through too much of boozing. Liverpool School of Plastering. Night, mate. Hope you have a good time in Edinburgh. It's a cool city. Don't drink too much. Take it easy, mate. Thank you very much, and thank you again for your kindness with adding a few more members, mate. You're an absolute gentleman. Thank you very much. Um, Roberto Kennedy, did you ever do drugs at Butlins, or did you never sink that low? Never been to Butlins, mate. I've never been to Butlins, so no. No good for sickness. Never been to sin. Rob's DIY. Rob does DIY. You must have come to my town, Sunny Rill. Not what it used to be. It used to be a great night out. Yeah, I've been to Rill, mate. I've been to Rill. I quite like it. Do you know what? Where did we go? Was it Rill? We went away for a little caravan break last year. Not sure if it was Rill. There was a fair there on the front. Well, I tell you what, going there, it was like going back in a bit of a time warp, and it was like nostalgic. I think Rill is sort of a similar place where if they've still got the arcades and all that, you know, the penny slot machines at the beachside and all this, I loved it. We were there, and it was all like it was like just going back to the early 90s. It was absolutely class. We were staying in the caravan. We had there was no Wi-Fi there, so no one was on the phones. There was no phone signal. So me, the missus, and kids were all playing board games. We were playing cards. That was when I was still having a beer. It was last year. So me and the missus stayed up late having a drink in the caravan, and just having no internet and being there, taking the kids to the arcades. It was absolutely class, mate. It was great. So we'll have to do that again. Actually, it was I don't think it was Rill. I think it was just up the road from Rill, but I can't think of the name of the place. Got flipping name. Sorry, I don't want to pick my teeth up. Got a bit of chicken stuck in my tooth. I'm just conscious now because we're talking about drugs, and there's me. I'm like, in case anyone thinks I'm gurning, I've got something stuck in my tooth. Worst thing about parties, etc., is the peer pressure. Like, worst things I've done is start to vape. I know it's crap as hell, a lot of money, but it's a slippery slope. I can't get out. Yeah, Alfie. I know. A few lads on the vape, mate. If you've got willpower, right, just decide. Done, finished. Do you know the interesting thing with smoking is people try and stop smoking by going and having now I've never smoked cigarettes, so you know I can't really go on about this too much. But people try and stop smoking by going onto vapes or nicotine patches or all these other things. I listened to a fellow talk about this, Alan Carr, not Alan Carr, the flipping Alan Carr, not him. It was a different fella. I don't even know if his name's Alan Carr. But anyway, this Alan Carr was saying you can't stop smoking and replace. You can't get off nicotine by having a nicotine replacement. Like, it's like saying, okay, I want to stop taking cocaine and have little cocaine patches. Like it just keeps you addicted to it. So I don't think the addiction for anything ever truly goes. I think you just end up mastering it that much. I would say if you want to pack in them vapes, mate, set yourself a date and just say, I'm going to use this vape until that date, and that's the end of it. It's gone. Just completely get rid of it. But tell you something, with smoking, I don't know if this works on people that are using vapes. I'm sure it will because you're still getting the nicotine, aren't you? My mother-in-law has got COPD and emphysema. My mum also hasn't got any lung problems, but both of these, my mum and my mother-in-law, both loved smoking. Loved it. Would never ever stop, right? My mum didn't want to stop. My mother-in-law had to stop, but couldn't stop. Okay, so two different situations. Mother-in-law had to for the health because she was literally dying, but couldn't stop. My mum wanted to stop. Anyway, didn't want to stop. Both of them went on Champex, these little tablets that you get from the doctors. You have the little tablet, and my mum was literally trying to smoke like this, right? And now both of them, who I thought would never quit, the pair of them, my mother-in-law and my mum, thought they would never ever stop smoking. Both did the Champex. Both of them never smoke ever again. They've both quit. So I'm sure that would work for the vape as well because it's nicotine. So if you're serious, mate, maybe go to the doctors and get them Champex. I guarantee that if you do the course of them, mate, you will stop. Promise you. I've seen it with two hardened smokers. uh, Pete Skidmore is a compliment. Cheers, Pete. Cheers, mate. Roberto. Sorry, Roberto. I keep calling you Roberto. I'm just going to call you Rob, mate. I'm just going to call you Rob Kennedy. Rob Kennedy. Do lots of young people vape now? Not many people use it to smoke cigs at school, really. Too much bother. Yeah, I think the vapes, that's what the kids are doing nowadays, isn't it? That's what they're doing. Alfie, oh mate, every single one. I can confidently say 90% have tried one and 60% use regularly. We'll soon see in the future what damage these vapes do, won't we? What the outcome of that is, of putting that stuff in your lungs instead. Peter Skidmore, you're a top nice guy. Cheers, Pete. You're a gentleman. See enough where you done good, lad. Cheers, Pete. Rob Kennedy, interesting. Vaping is likely better for you than smoking, but I guess 30% of young people max smoked cigarettes about 10 years ago. Dave Pugh, BG dry coat. Here we go. After damp proofing, no need for waterproofer. Yeah, spot on. You're correct. British Gypsum make a plaster that is designed for renovations after you've had a damp problem, and it's basically it's a cement based product that has already got like a waterproofing agent in the bagged product. So sort of the thing with it is it's British Gypsum stuff is good because you can skim over it quite soon, whereas if you use sand and cement with waterproof, you've got to wait. But the only problem with it is it's expensive. So and as well, it's probably quite hard to source. I've seen dry coat. I've ordered it. I've never seen it in stock. I've seen it advertised online. So that's how I knew about it. I've ordered the stuff and used it. It's quite nice to use. I've never seen anywhere just stock it on the shelf though. So it's unless you know about it, it's quite hard to get hold of. Um, Kimmel Bay. No, it wasn't Rob. It wasn't Kimmel Bay. Where the flipping heck was it? Can't think, mate. Can't think. Rob, I'll see you again though. So no, next time I see you, and I'll remember between now and then, and I'll tell you. My memory's shocking, I'm telling you. Alfie Lander, yeah, it's probably better for you, but not the same time. People use a vape. Yeah, he's one of the Okay, these are talking about vapes. We'll just skim past these. Pete Skidmore, bedtime, big man. Yeah, I'm here every Sunday. Sound. Catch you on the next one. Right. Rob Kennedy, people just get fixated on a ritual, I think, like smoking, vaping, drinking, whatever it is. Just got to try and set yourself some healthier ones, like a cup of coffee or something. That's it. Sometimes it's easier to replace a bad habit with a good habit than what it is to completely stop a habit. If you've got a bad habit and then you want to stop it, I think just trying to completely cold turkey something is quite difficult. It's easier to replace it with something. So you got to think like, instead of going the pub, don't just try and sit in the house, go for a run, exhaust yourself, just do something rather than doing nothing. I would say that's the for someone like me with an obsessive personality, when I sort of lock onto something, I become like ruthlessly obsessed with it. So, I mean, you've got to try and find things that are, constructive to be obsessed with. So if you've got a destructive tendency that you're leaning towards, find something that's better for you, and do that instead. Like for instance, put a book. This is a bit of a minging one, but I always recommend this to people that say I don't like reading. Put a book next to the toilet. Put a plastering book if you want to learn about plastering. Put it next to your toilet, right? And then mentally say to yourself, I will not play on my phone when I go to the loo for the number two. I will read a page of that book. There you go. Rather than wasting time on Facebook or TikTok, you'll actually learn something. Steve Gordon, vaping, nope. Smoking, nope. Drugs, nope. Bacon roll, you got me. Like it. It's funny how we go from talking about plastering to half an hour rant about bad habits. I know, Alfie, I know. Hey, these lives go everywhere, mate, and I do try and keep it on track to a certain extent because I appreciate that people jump on the live, seeing it's a plastering channel, and they jump on and we're talking about flipping, I don't know, all sorts of crazy stuff. So. The toilet is my safe space for TikTok. I'll happily be there for 45 minutes. Oh, man. Right, gents. What we saying? What we saying, right? There's what, there's 74 of us, 75 including me. Are you just waiting for me to just wrap it up, or do you want to keep yapping? I mean, because there's 74 people, but there's only what, 7 or 8 of us interacting here. So does everybody else want to flipping wrap it up and just call it a night, or are we staying for a bit? Because I'm not up for work in the morning. I'm happy to just keep yapping to you. Just need to have a little swirl. Oh. Rob Kennedy, yeah, well articulated about habits. Mark Holt, there we go. Where, Mark? This is the first comment I've seen from you. keep papping. All right, mate. So that's it. Mark will just go back into the shadows again now and just be like, watch it for another hour whilst I keep talking. Whilst we keep going. Fair news, Mark. That made me laugh. First comment that I've seen from Mark is, yeah, keep going. Then that's the end of it then. Mark, you better get involved then. I want to hear some thoughts and some comments from you. Um, yeah, Alfie, I think everyone else is having a kip. Do you know what? That'd be a good thing. That. So now, here's the deal, right? Because because this live stream now, because I've said swear words on it, right? Which I know I have done. I'm conscious of. I'm. Thing with me is I'm quite conscious of thinking before I speak. So I know that now because I've said a few swear words. I was aware I was going to say them, and I've let them slip. my live stream will be demonetized now. So I won't, but I don't do these. I don't do these live streams for money, right? By the way, make about 20 or 30 quid off them. So it's whatever, right? The thing with it is though, once I say a swear word, it's gone. The monetization's gone off it anyway. But if people are gonna, what we should do is set this live stream up, right? Just set it up. Use or watch it, right? Just get it live on your thing and then just go to sleep. And I'll just leave it run all night, right? With not me even here. Well, I'll be in bed myself. And then that way, right? By the time I wake up in the morning, it'll be on about 300 quid. So we need to get about 200 people to just have it on live, and I'll just leave your phone on charge on the side, and I'll go to bed, and then I'll make a couple of quid, and then I'll buy a load of stuff, and we can have freebies. We'll give it all away. How's that? And then YouTube will pay for it. Google will pay for it. Do you think, hey, we could actually organise this, couldn't we? We could actually sort this out where we get a little fiddle, and I fiddle Google for a bit instead, rather than feeling like I'm the one getting fiddled. Steve Gordon, I'm eating. What am I doing? Dave Pugh. Another one is Limelight renovating plaster, backing coat with cement in it. But their high impact top coat is odd stuff to use. Yeah, do you know we were looking at this today? The high impact top coat for Limelight. It does one bag will do 8 square meters. And so we've just done a Limelight job, and we were looking at finishing it with their high impact top coat. Look at the prices of it and where we can get it from. And we're thinking of doing instead just going and getting some hydraulic lime and mixing our own just to keep the cost down on it, Umar Javid, keep it up, mates. I also have work in the morning. Gonna wake up sharp at 6. 6. You got 5 hours sleep. You haven't even got to sleep. You got a little nap before work, mate. You better go to sleep now, Umar. Rob Kennedy, we need some more trolls in here to spice it up again. Don't say that, Rob. Flipping heck. I have to try and read ahead the comments just to see what nonsense is coming out. Where's Dwight when you need him? Yeah, it's flipping. He's probably out flipping terrorizing his neighbours or something, isn't he? Flipping making love to next door's cat or something. The fella obviously gave up 3 accounts as a good effort, though. Yeah, fair play to him. He was ready there, wasn't he? He had 3 accounts. He was like, he was ready to keep coming back. I think he was like one of those where he'd say something with one account and then back himself up with the other accounts. Like getting, like he's got social proof, like he's got people on his team and it's all in. It's like when in the past when me and my missus have had a little row, and then she comes back and she says, yeah, even me dad agrees with me, right? So she's got like backup. And then I've seen the dad in the pub and I said to him, Dan, what this situation? First I've heard of it. Oh right, well she said that you said that. I haven't said nothing. Say, oh you woman, I've been saying that your dad. Oh, I was only joking. Steve Gordon, say when I'm in. Yes, Steve, top man. Martin Bridge, I'm up for that. That'll be sound, wouldn't it? We'll have to sort this out. The big all night live stream. See if we can make Kirk a couple of £100 so he can give some prizes away. Rob Kennedy, you're a very decent streamer, a lot better than people who do it for a living. Yeah, cheers, mate. That's the good thing, ultimately. YouTube, I mean, I must admit, I'm not going to lie to you, fellas. As I said this from the start, I'm quite transparent. YouTube now is becoming quite a little a little bit of money for me. You know, ultimately, it's becoming a little bit lucrative for me. Couldn't live off it, but it's, you know, they give me a nice little lump every month, and the sponsorship deals really help. Now, what I'm trying to do is I want to make the best quality videos, and it takes me like 2 nights to edit. Now, at first, when I started editing videos, you know, I was all, you know, me obsessive personality. I was up every single night editing videos, and they were crap. I mean, go and look at my first videos. The editing, what I mean, the information's the same, but the editing was absolutely horrendous. I would like to think that my editing and skills have got slightly better, but it takes time. Still takes like basically one 20-minute video takes me about 6 hours to edit, literally, because I'll record the whole thing and then I've got to watch it all back and cut out all the bits that we don't need, and then go through it again and chop out all the useless information and voiceovers, and it just takes me a long time. So what I've decided to start doing is sort of taking a day off work to do a better job of it. So then, sort of the fact that I get paid for it covers that expense, covers that cost, if you know what I mean. So it is getting okay. And then ultimately, if I get a sponsorship deal, when you see me do a little sponsored integration in the video, I'm getting paid for that as well. So that's, you know, it sort of makes it worthwhile. So it's not really making me any better off, but it's sort of paying for itself, if that makes sense. But I've never done this to try and make money. I'm not trying to, you know, become a millionaire from YouTube, and just enjoying it for the time being. So, you know, if we can, if I can, I've said this from the start, if I can get stuff out of companies and give it away, then I will. You know, if I can give you freebies, I'll do it. I've had lads in the past, extra time and stuff. I just send them out to you. We do little raffles. If I get, you know, if there's more money in the pot, we just give more things away. Alfie Lander, take from the rich and give to the poor. Robin Hood. Yeah. Hey, what we try and say, Alfie, is that most of my customers are rich and my family's poor. So just transfer the wealth from their account to my account, mate. Steve Gordon, I'm eating the kids' packed lunch. The missus is going to kill me. Flipping it, mate. Don't worry about the missus killing you. What's your kids going to eat? You got to think. You got to think of the little guys, mate. You know. Making love to next door's cat. I wouldn't put anything else past him. Dave Pugh, NHL 3.5. Yeah, that's a good shout for plastering, mate. It's a good shout. There's one is that there's 5, 3.5, and 2. I think 3.5 is okay. It's the strength of it, you know. As it goes up in numbers, it actually gets stronger. I think it's the compressive strength that they measure. So like a 5 is harder than a 3.5. But ultimately, you know, any will do for any. You can use any for plastering. 3.5 seems to be the one that everyone seems to use. I think if you're bricklaying, then you need to use a 5. I'm not sure. I'm not a bricklayer, but I think that's how it works, mate. Stocked everywhere now, yeah. Ian Powell just tuned in. What's happening? Well, Ian, it's a plastering channel, but ultimately, mate, we end up talking about all sorts of stuff. It's basically like, for me, sort of being sat at the bar in the pub and 62 sort of other dudes there just wanting to chat about different things. So we end up talking about everything, mate. So that's basically what's happening. Skidmore, Pete, Kirk have gone to bed, but left you playing, but heard what you just said. And anyway, either we can support you, we do my bit, mate. Fair dues, Pete. Pete, listen, don't leave this live on, because if it don't, you know, it won't make much of a difference. This live, because I've already been saying swear words, mate, has been demonetized anyway. YouTube won't be giving me nil for this anyway, so don't worry about it. Well, thank you very much, mate. I appreciate you thinking of me. The way it works with YouTube is, you, the way you get paid, the way I get paid off YouTube is YouTube embed adverts in these videos. I can't stop them doing it; they just do it. whether I like it or not. If I monetize my channel, all that basically means is that I get a cut of that money as well. So obviously I'm going to say yes because they make you watch the videos whether I monetize or not. You have to have the videos, the adverts. Sorry. So what happens then is the advertisers. There's things written there in their contracts with YouTube that if I were to say certain swear words, talk about certain topics, do certain things on the video, it stops me monetizing that video. Doesn't get me any strikes, but it just says that our advertisers wouldn't want to pay for adverts that have gone on that video because it doesn't represent them very well because you've been saying the F word or whatever. So basically, that's where the money comes from. It's from the adverts that you guys get forced to watch and skip. You know, when you watch the adverts or you skip the adverts or whatever, even if you skip them advertisers still pay a small amount. YouTube take a big chunk of it, and I get a little chunk of it. If I do something wrong, I get no chunk of it. I get zero chunk. So. It's all right. I'll pay for the school dinner. Still get grief for it. Chinese tonight. Fair play, Steve. Dave, 5 for outside. There you go. That's it. Man knows what he's talking about. It's funny you said that, mate. I've actually used 3.5 outside. So, but anyway, everyone's got different ways of doing stuff, haven't they? Not saying you're wrong or I'm wrong or anything. I'm just saying I've always used 3.5 myself. And as well, the amount of times that I've had pre-mixed lime that's come lime putty basically comes all sealed up. Now that stuff is non-hydraulic. It doesn't set at all, you know. It just basically dries out carbonation from the air. And we've used that outside as well, which is basically hydrated lime and not hydraulic lime. Rob Kennedy, ever done any tiling? Yes, mate, loads of it. Alfie, YouTube ads take the piss now. I used to be a 5-second ad or a 30-second skippable, but now it's 1 minute unskippable. Oh, mate, I didn't know. I'll be honest with you, lads. I pay £14 a month to be a YouTube premium viewer. Basically, I pay YouTube £14 a month so I never have to watch ads. I upgraded to premium just because I hate adverts. So, I mean, if you've got the 14 quid, never watch adverts ever again. And I've noticed because I went on my missus's phone the other day to have a look at my video. My phone was flat, and I went on my video just to see how it was doing, how many views I was up to on my video. And there was adverts underneath. There was the video playing and a big flipping advert underneath the video as well. I was like, that's where the comments are meant to be. The flipping big advert stuck in the way there as well. So they're just putting adverts all over everything. So I mean, I don't see none of that because 14 quid, it's all gone, you know. Or Stave Pugh or 7% Debow. I don't know what Debow is, mate. Sorry. Or 7% exposed areas. I see what you're saying, mate. Yeah, sorry. I'm on to you now. Rob Kennedy, so the advertisers don't want you getting the money for swearing, but YouTube still play the ads and get money from it. Sounds fair to me. Yeah, that's pretty much it, mate. That pretty much sums it up, yeah. Mark Holt, you're a natural YouTuber, Kurt. Keep doing what you're doing, and the numbers will come. Cheers, Mark. Thank you very much, mate. Pete Skidmore, Google TV, no ads. That's a good show. Stephen Clark, hey up, Steve. How you doing, mate? Sorry, late to the party. Judging by the last few of these, there must be another 3 hours to go. I can't hear the birds yet. You know what, mate? In fact, it's 1 o'clock, isn't it? I am actually going to call it a night in a minute. Good, I am. genuinely getting tired. Um, Rob Kennedy, I'd get YouTube Premium. Is it worth it with the music too? I've just had Spotify for ages. They've had me hooked on. Yeah, I tell you, that's another thing that I use YouTube for. Turn on autoplay and get your songs on the go and work. It's just stream music all day. And the thing with it is, it'll just randomly throw out, depending on what video you start with, listening to your music, YouTube will just keep playing and it'll stay in the same genre, but you end up discovering different bands and different, songs that you've never heard before because of it. So it is quite good for that, to be fair. I'm with you, Dave Pugh. Polish lager, the bow. Yes, okay. If I ever end up drinking again, mate, that's what I'll have a go of. I would say, Rob, as well, if you're thinking of getting the YouTube Premium, I thought to myself, I'll get it for a month, 14 quid. I'll get it and see if it's worth it. Never, ever, ever watching a single advert on YouTube. I mean, I would I would recommend it. I wish that I could get paid for saying that to you as well. I wish that YouTube would give me a flipping thing for saying get YouTube Premium because I genuinely believe it's worth it. If you watch a bit of YouTube, it's definitely worth it. I know I can see there's a little countdown timer on my screen to say that they insert ads. I don't even know how that works. I don't understand how they can put adverts in a live stream because I'm not sure whether you guys miss a chunk of what I've said or if it's like if you're delayed, then I don't know how that works. But I know they put adverts in this as well. I'm sorry. I'm sorry you have to watch them. It's flipping crap, is it? I wish you didn't have to watch the adverts. Alfie, what music genre do you like, Kirk? Flipping that, mate. I like a bit of everything, really. I'll tell you what I'm listening to at the minute. I like I like country music. I like specifically. I love listening to Dolly Parton. I know it's sad. I like Dolly Parton. I like Kenny Rogers. I like um, Springsteen. There's loads of music that I like. I tell you what, I've been listening to lately though. All that doo-wop era. Shawaddy Waddy, flipping Dion on the Belmonts, Run Around Sue. If you just put in Dion on the Belmonts and put in just go off his live and go and search Dion Teenager in Love. I like listening to that. Run Around Sue, like I've said. There's a few. All that sort of music, music that you put it on and it just makes you feel like, chirpy and happy. That's what I've been listening to lately for the last couple of months. Uh, Rob Kennedy, there's a lot of stuff on YouTube. Spotify don't have to be fair. Vinyl rips, dub plates, etc. Yes, spot on. Alfie, it's delayed. I've probably had 5 ads for the 3 hours you've been on. See, I don't know how that works then now because how have your comment isn't delayed then? Do you know what I mean? Like they can't like if you've had to watch 5 minutes of ads, you're not 5 minutes behind in the stream unless they can send your comment into the future to catch up again. If you know what I'm trying to say, mate. Country music, mate. I like country music. I tell you a good band. I would love to play these sort of music in me videos, but you can't. You get because it's licensed, you get demonetized. Go and if you like country music, go and look up a band that a new band. They're called the Dead South. Go and look up the Dead South. They look like Jews. They get called the Jewish Mafia and all sorts because they all wear white shirts and black ties and black hats and stuff. They're not Jewish, by the way. But the Dead South. Go and check them out. If you like country music, have a look at them. Dave, you're dark, multi later. Fair dues. Steve Gordon never had premium YouTube. I'm too tight to pay for it, but we'll pay for new tools, no dramas. The way I look at it is, it all depends what you do, isn't it? If what your enjoyment is. If your relaxation I literally now I like I used to like reading books. For the last couple of I don't know year or so, I like getting in bed and just lie there and just pop a YouTube on, um, watch a few videos and then just go to sleep. I used to just read books and go to sleep. I still yeah, I did mix and match. But if you enjoy doing it, then don't skimp on yourself, man. You know, you got to think if I work all day and the only bit of pleasure I sort of have is this is my philosophy on life, by the way, right? I don't mind working in any conditions, sort of rain, freezing cold, flipping plastering's a hard game, especially depending on what you're doing outside all day, flipping fighting against the elements, fighting against the materials. So if I'm going to do all that all day, the few things that I actually enjoy for me was drinking nice beer and eating nice food. Now I've knocked the beer in the head, so that's sort of out the equation for now. But if I won't count the cost of food. If I like nice food, I don't care what the bill is. This is my little bit of pleasure. I'm not into fancy clothes. I don't have sports cars. My thing is I like nice food, so I'm not going to count the cost of. If I want to eat a Miller and Carter and have a nice steak every single day, that's what I'll do. If I want to eat an Indian takeaway every night or one for supper, that's stuff it if it costs 30 quid, whatever. That's what I enjoy. I'll go all out on what you enjoy. One of the things that I like doing is I like watching YouTube videos, stuff the adverts, they spoil it for me. I want to be able to just watch a video there and then, with no breaks in it, no adverts in the middle. So for me, 14 quid is well worth it. I'm dressed like a tramp most of the time. I haven't got fancy clothes. I don't live in a fancy big house. So the things that I like to have nice. If my thing was to have a nice big fancy house, then other things would have to take a back seat, wouldn't they? So that's all I'd say. Pick what things that you like for life and go all in on them. Whatever your thing is, do it. Do it well. Enjoy it. If you like drinking beer, drink the best beers. If that's your thing. If you like young Kieran who used to work for me, he doesn't drink, he doesn't smoke, he doesn't do anything. He did absolutely nothing. He saved all his money, but he liked nice clothes. Buy the best. Go all out. Don't skimp on your clothes. If that's your thing that you enjoy, do it well. Enjoy it. Looking sharp in front of the girls and all that. Uh, Alfie just skipped forwards. I'm with you. Okay, I'm with you, Alfie. I see what you mean. Yeah, I can imagine how that works. I've never watched a live on YouTube, mate. I've never watched anybody else live on. I don't know how you find live videos on YouTube. I'm supposed to be the YouTuber. I don't even know how you find a live video of anybody. I've never watched anybody live on YouTube, so I don't even know how it works. It's flipping nuts, isn't it? Dave Pugh, do you prefer to put up your own wooden laughs or have to follow on after dodgy chippies? No, I've always done it myself, mate. I've always just done it myself. See, the thing is, if a joiner does it, are they going to get the spacing right? I sort of know how I want them to be. You know, you get to sections where they've butted them up, and it'll be a load of them just butted up right down the middle of the ceiling. They won't stagger it and stuff like that. So, I mean, and as well, can chippies even nail upside down? I mean, as plasterers, knocking nails in upside down is a doddle, isn't it? Boom, boom, one at just bink, bink. You can just send them in with one. Whereas I don't know if a joiner can do that. Can't put laughs on with an impact driver, can you? Um, uh, if you lager type drink, I'm with you. I'm with you. Where are we up to here? T, do you listen to Darius Rucker? I don't, mate. Know what sort of music does he do, mate? Martin Bridge. Pay for YouTube? No, and no TV license either. Fair play to you. I like your style. I like your style, mate. Pete Skidmore. I'm made of sugar, can't work in the wet. Yeah, flipping. Hey, I don't like working in the rain myself, mate. It just always happens to me when I start putting something on, it starts raining. And it doesn't matter. People say, oh, check the weather, check the weather. Yes, listen, don't believe the weather. When it says to you it's sunny, that doesn't mean nothing. Trust me. I've stood in a flipping downpour of rain looking at the Google app saying, look, it says it's sunshine, and I'm there getting soaked. I'm like, it says it's hot. It says the sun's shining, there's no rain, but it's raining on me. Alfie, my favourite country artist is Chris Stapleton. Broken Halos and White Horses is yes, good choice, mate. London Voice, what's all this waffle? Mate, yeah, you're too late to the party. It's you won't be able to get on board now. It's too late. Um, Tennessee whiskey, fair dues, Pete. Steve Gordon, I don't mind the daft ads and get rich quick schemes. Chinese voiceovers are dead funny. I don't even see any Chinese voiceovers, but I'll be interested. More expensive. Rob Kennedy, definitely more expensive hobbies than YouTube. Golf isn't a cheap one to get into. Do you know what, as well? Talking about expensive hobbies, because my missus and girls are into the horses. I mean, that can get a little bit pricey. We've got like, I like to say six. There was seven. I'm sure there's only six now. We've got six horses. My middle daughter's big into the show jumping. My eldest daughter does a little bit of hacking now. She doesn't compete. The youngest daughter isn't really interested in horses anymore, but we've still got her horse anyway. So that can be a bit of a dear hobby, sort of having all the kit for them horses and farriers and vets and fields and state off feed and flipping medication and horse trailers and all. So my hobby that I was doing was going boxing, which costs basically nothing. Um, and when you get sick of getting punched in the head for a while and you want to go and do something else, but still sort of keep quite active, I started doing a bit of mountaineering. So a couple of years back, all I was doing was just going to Snowdonia and doing the 14 different mountains there. You know, we'd do Trefan one day, the Glitters the next day, Snowdon the next day, Egon, all the different mountains. We'd just go up and down them and we'd do different routes. And basically, I've pretty much been up all the mountains in the Snowdon Massive, Snowdonia Massive, literally most of the routes. And you'd think just walking would be peanuts, but then you start buying the boots, and then you've got to have the gaiters, and then you got the waterproof kit, and then you got to have the right backpack, and you're flipping your little water pack, and then you start getting your little rocket stove, and you're just walking. I mean, you're just walking up a flipping mountain. But then we started doing a bit of abseiling, so you got to have all the flipping what's the word I'm searching for? You're flipping little harnesses with your carabiners and you're flipping static lines and oh mate, just walking up a mountain. And before you know it, you can blow money on anything, can't you? How expensive is the walking for a hobby? It can get flipping very expensive. Dave, will your bathroom ever get done? Not at this rate, not when I'm talking to you, lads. I could have been in there, couldn't I? I could have had all that plastered tonight. Instead, I've just been sat in here. Alfie, I'm with you. You have notifications on for me. The second you go live, it pings me. Right, okay, well, that probably makes sense then, because I've turned YouTube notifications off. I'm subscribed to quite a few channels, but I turn the notifications off because my phone doesn't stop. It drives me nuts. The only thing that I have notifications for is my bank and a phone call, and that's it. Everything else, there's no notification sound for anything because that thing just bing, 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 flipping does my flipping nutting. Stephen Clark, Top Man Kirk, thanks for the mention. Get yourself some kip. By the way, I think Dolly Parton would make a bad plasterer. Yeah, well, she would probably leave two big marks on the wall, wouldn't she? Getting into JB, getting into plastering in college soon, and your videos are unbelievably helpful, mate. Thank you. I'm going into it clued up. JB, spot on, mate. And do you know what will happen, mate? What you'll find is when you start plastering, if you watch, not trying to say this to get the views up, but when you start getting more into plastering, you start learning more. When you go back and watch the videos again, things that you probably missed or didn't make much sense of that I talk about in the videos will begin to start making more sense as well, mate. So there'll be certain things that you probably didn't not understand, but didn't even take notice of. But when you start plastering, you'll be like, ah, that's what he means, that, you know. So yeah, stick around, mate. Stick around. I'm always here as well. If you need any help or advice or anything, mate, give me a shout. I mean, I'm not saying I'm a guru, but you know, I'll be able to tell you my version of how I'll do certain things. Gaz Jones, how's the bathroom coming along? Laziness, mate, is kicked in. I tell you what's happened in the bathroom. It's all first fix. It's all ready to go, right? I've done all the plumbing, all the electrics in, everything's ready to go. I'm literally at the point where it needs plastering. Okay, it just needs plastering and then tiling bathroom suite going in. Right, we have come to a pause because I know it's because it needs plastering. So I was quite content doing everything else. I just need to plaster it and then carry on. But the block for me is plastering. I just I just I do it every single day, man. I come home and I just can't because I know once I start, I've got to just see it through then, and I need to straighten the walls out with bonding. I need to. Oh, it's just yeah, it's like writer's block. I've got writer's block. I've got plasterer's block with me bathroom. That's what's happened. Mm. Alfie, my favourite hobby is hunting. Me and my dad had all the fancy air rifles, and it was such a good time going out with the old man in the forest alone. It's wicked. Mm. I've got an Air Arms TX 200 here on the wall here. You can't see it here. I'm into all that, Alfie. I like um I like bushcraft as well. So I mean, yeah, what have I got down? Just so you know, in case you think, oh, he's just spinning nonsense off here. When I say I'm into bushcraft as well, I've got here paracord. Yeah, literally it's under my desk. I've literally got canteens under my desk and everything. I'm flipping. I'm ready to go, mate, at any minute, mate. Yeah. K-bar. I can't be bothered picking the rifle down, but you know this is what. Oh, if I can get it off here, wait there, it's stuck on. This is what the Mora. Plenty of rabbit. I've had plenty of rabbit in the pot, mate, over the fire whilst we're out in the flipping wilderness. But I don't go on about it too much on the internet because people have a lot of different views, and you know, some people are quite offended the idea of going hunting and something and eating it. You know, they think it's a bit cruel. Just whilst we talk about this, though, I give you my thoughts on it. Right, give you my this is. I don't put this stuff on the internet very much, because I'm into all that sort of stuff. But I don't like going on about it because I know there's lots of people that are like, no, you can't kill animals and eat them. That's wrong. If you go to the shop and you buy meat from the shop, chances are that food that you've bought has been factory farmed. Even when they say it's been flipping, oh, what's the word for it now? Free range, basically. Ultimately, if you like, I know what farmers are doing. It's like the farmer where he keeps his cattle, the free range. But ultimately, I see the conditions that they're kept in, and they're not. Realistically, but if you go and buy meat from the shop, that animal has basically lived a bit of a sad life. It's been reared in captivity. It's been flipping force fed. It's been given flipping medicines. It's been bulked up as fast as it possibly can. Lived in not not that people try and put them in bad conditions, but lived in the least in the conditions that they can cause the least inconvenience. Just be fattened up as fast as possible and grown as fast as possible to get slaughtered. So what I'm trying to say is, say for instance, you go and buy a chicken from the shops. That chicken hasn't ultimately had a nice life, you know. It's just been grown as fast as possible to get killed. That for me is more cruel than having an animal that's lived its natural life out in nature somewhere, going about its daily things, not a care, you know, it's just lived its natural life how it should do, and then it's been killed, gone fast. Which would you say is more cruel? I mean, they both end up dead at the end of it, but one's been raised in captivity where it's been force fed, and the other one hasn't. That's my take on it, you know. And ultimately, if you eat stuff that you've caught yourself, then it's not had medicines and flipping growth hormones and all who knows what crap they flipping put in your food, you know. So anyway, let's not go into it because it can be a bit of a touchy topic, can't it? You know, some people really like my missus doesn't. My missus is a proper animal love. I would never see anything. I would never see an animal suffering in pain. I can't. The thought of seeing something hurting, I don't like it. You know, but I can kill an animal. Whereas my missus wants to help everything. You know, a rat that's been half run over, my missus would phone the vet, like let's save the rat, you know. Whereas me, I'd probably just get a brick and gone. I wouldn't want to see the thing suffering, so I'll just kill it. So the hunting sort of side of things, and it's a bit of a touchy topic with my missus. She just doesn't like it. But hypocrite, the same girl will eat, you know, chicken. She'll flipping walk around, you know. And this is the other thing as well. All these people that sort of come out the woodwork, sort of going on about animal rights and, you know, vegans that don't eat meat and don't drink milk. And fair enough. But then don't walk around in leather shoes and drive a car with leather seats. You know, it's like if you're gonna go all out and be like completely animal, gotta go, then don't be a hypocrite. Uh, I think, just whilst we're on the subject as well, I think a lot less animals will be killed if people had to hunt for their own food as well. How many people would you say morbidly obese if they couldn't catch it, they didn't eat? Hunting might be the way forward. Mm, sorry, bear with me. That was a nice cookie. Um, right, Rob Kennedy, blimey horses, you're a good dad, mate. No, Rob, the thing with the horses is my missus had a horse when I met her. She's always loved horses, always been into riding. So when I met her, she just had more funds available to buy more horses. That was all. So then they just started getting more and more, and then she loves them and doesn't want a part of them. So I mean, yeah, I mean, it's what you're doing. You just try and give your family the best life possible. So I mean, they've got the horses, but we don't live in the nicest house and nicest area. I mean, we could have no horses and live somewhere nice. You gotta just make, you know, you gotta decide which way you want to go with your life, haven't you? Do you want to live in a nice area and have a big, nice, fancy house, or do you want to have a nice lifestyle? You know, there's not enough money to do everything you want, so you've got to do the best with what you've got, make the best decisions. So ultimately, that's what we do. Um, we have the horses instead for the kids. You know, kids like it. Martin Bridge, how's your animal repellent going? Yes, the little cat flipping disturbers. The part of the little frequencies, they're working quite well. There's been no cats in here, mate. But I do keep the door shut anyway. Just I keep the door closed just to try and keep the little bastards out. Peter literally was rather right. Alfie, will you be filming your time in Edinburgh, Kirk? I think we'll be doing something. I'm not sure yet. I don't even know what's going to happen. There's a few interesting guys there. I might see if we can do like a little podcast style video with the fella that makes this stuff. Mark, he's going to be there. Might do something with him. Might do something with another YouTube plasterer. I don't know if they're up for it. I'll flipping have a little video with anybody if anybody wants to jump on a video. But a lot of people don't like being in front of the camera, so we'll see. David Pugh, do you like plashing onto Hardy backer when they put too much up beyond the tiles? No. Tiling on cement boards flipping horrible. It dries in too quick. I like to if I've got to go on cement board, Dave, I'll SBR it and come back the next day to skim it. Give the SBR plenty of time to seal it. Stephen Gordon, the gold rule to our job: slow is quick. Quick gets you nowhere. Best of luck on your journey, JP. Spot on. Yep. Slow is smooth. Smooth is fast. Peter Skipball. Yeah, I bet, mate. Now on my playlist, oh, there we go. That's them talking about songs. We all love a bit of Ray Mears. I think it's a. I think. Do you know what? I think all fellas like. I think all blokes feel and not a calling, but like a natural sort of want to be capable outdoors. And maybe I'm wrong, but I think all fellas feel like a bit of a need to want to be able to know that they could hunt and build shelter and make fire. I think that's naturally, instinctively in you as a man to be able to at least want to be feel competent that you could do them things. So I'd recommend if you've got the time, go and do it. Get on a bushcraft course. You know, I've done loads of them, and going off doing a bit of wild camping and stuff. You know, you get in trouble for it if you get caught, or you get told to move on if you get caught. But get up in the mountains, stay up in the mountains for 2 days, stay up in the mountains for the weekend. I tell you what, you come down, you feel amazing. That's what we used to do. Me and my brother, we'd go to Snowdonia, and we'd just get up there, flipping out in the middle of nowhere, and so I'd stuff it, get the tarp out. I mean, all my stuff's under here, actually. The tarp under here. We would just literally sleep under the tarpaulin, put a little ground mat down, sleep in like a little roll in your sleeping bag, and we just crash there for the night. Alfie, mate, bushcraft is wicked. Going out building a shelter with a fire and your canteen on the fire with the beans. Yes. If you're going to take, like, so you can either be a purist and only eat stuff that you can forage and hunt, or if you're going to do it, this is the thing, right? So I had this with my brother. If you're going to be a purist and just do that, then that's fine. But if you're going to bring stuff with you, then do it well. You know, if you're going to bring a little bit of food, like, you know, a tin of beans, don't just do the tin of beans. Bring all the gear to make a real nice lunch, you know, or a nice dinner on the fire. Make it really good, you know. Don't sort of, because for a little while we were like halfy half, you know. We'd try and catch something or a fish or something like that and a tin of beans, and it tastes like that tastes shit and that tastes shit. So if you're gonna bring stuff from home, then really do it well. That's the best advice I could give you. Um, did you watch the fight last night, Kirk? I didn't, mate. No, I wanted to, but I didn't get a chance to. I've seen the round where I've just seen a bit of the round on TikTok of basically Tyson Fury looking like he's getting his head punched in and looking like he's knocked out on his feet. Um, that's all I've seen of it up to now, though. Steve Gordon, can't go wrong with a bit of high quality game. A little bit of venison, and they always ask, don't they? Is it deer? Yes, it's very dear. Alfie Lander. I love animals, but rats are dirty fuckers, in my opinion. Yeah, I know. I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. I'm not keen on rats myself, but you got to understand that the rats doesn't know that he's a rat, does he? The rat, as far as the rat's concerned, is just as valuable as a squirrel, you know, or maybe squirrels are seen as vermin, aren't they? But do you know what I'm trying to say? It's not the rat's fault he's a rat, so I couldn't be cruel to them, you know. I wouldn't like to see one flipping die a painful death, but I don't, you know, you with me? You know what I'm trying to say, don't you? I don't like seeing anything suffer, you know. All creations, if you've got any religious inkling, the way I see it is, you know, God made all these animals, you know, who are we to flipping torture them? So if you're gonna kill something, at least do it, you know, the most humane way possible. Rob Kennedy, I think you've completely right about hunting versus factory farming. I think people are more sympathetic to hunting now, just not for sport. Trophy hunting, fox hunting. Yeah, I should have touched on that. I should have touched on that. Sorry, Rob. I never, ever, ever kill anything just for the sake of it. Ever. If I kill something, I'm going to eat it. That's it. Unless it's like vermin. Like if there was a rat in my house, I'd kill it. You know. But otherwise, like rabbits, people go rabbit hunting and they'll flipping kill 30 rabbits. I'm like, well, are you going to eat 30 rabbits? You know, only my belief is only kill what you can take and eat, you know. It's just respectful. It's respectful for the animal's life, you know. If you've just killed something and you've just ended something, you know. Uh, that's my opinion anyway. Not everyone agrees with me, you know, but that's fair enough. If we all agreed on everything, then the world would be a boring place. It's good to have a difference of opinion, isn't it? The morbidly obese would get even fatter with hunting. They would tow a whole cow on their mobility scooter. Uh, uh, Rob, what program do you edit your videos on? By the way, mate. So just so you know, guys, there's no time lapse on this. I'm just slow at reading the comments. You guys write stuff faster than I read it. So, um, what program do you edit your videos on? By the way, I use CapCut Pro. I started using CapCut on my phone because I used to edit my videos all on my phone before I got a laptop. And then I got a laptop to make it easier. Everyone was saying use DaVinci, use this, use that. But I was already used to CapCut. So I just stayed with what I was used to. Apparently, there's easier and better editing software, but I use CapCut. I find it does what I want it to do anyway. So I don't. I'm finding more and more features and finding it easier and easier to use it the longer I'm doing it. So I like it. Alfie, who said I didn't source the beans? Maybe I found a tin on the floor. Yes, fair play, Alfie. Steve, uh, put 10 lads in a field, you're going to get a fire. It's in our nature. Name one bloke you don't know that ain't got a barbecue. 100%. It's a natural thing, isn't it? It's sort of. My belief is for men, your purpose as a man is to provide and protect. That for those around you, and that's I think that ultimately deep down that's how other men sort of judge and value other fellas. That's when you get a group of men and there's sort of like everyone's sort of on like a hierarchy of who's important and who isn't sort of important. I think you're sort of judged on if you are a good provider or a good protector. In other words, like if you're good at earning money, you're a good provider, aren't you? If you're good at hunting, then you'll be a good provider. If you're physically capable of defending yourself, if you're a hard case, then you're seen as you're a higher value. Does that make sense? I'm not saying that it's the right way. I'm just saying that subconsciously, I think that's how men value each other as well. And as well, I suppose women value us men in those sort of situations, sort of. I don't want to sound harsh, but I think if you earn a lot of money, you're a good provider. Women go after that, don't they? Oh yeah, he's got a great job. Doesn't have to be the most handsome fellow in the world, but if he can provide, then he's quite sort of sought after. And how many flipping big ugly drug dealers that have hot chicks hanging off their arms because they think, well, he's tough. So I mean, probably not the best looking at it, but it just seems to happen that way, doesn't it? You know, providing and protecting seems to get the admiration of other, whereas you know the ethical way of looking at it is I everybody's equal. Is he a nice person? You know, should count more really, but maybe on a deeper level, that's what YouTube. Catch a tin of beans, yeah. So, mate, go hunting in Asda. Dave Pugh, 77.5 millimeter insulated plasterboard on metal stud work in a basement is happening Tuesday. Ugh. Uh, what's behind the metal stud? Have they got one of those little soak away drains with a pump to pump the water out, mate? Anything that comes through the walls. YouTube Fury was saved by the bell at one point. I was surprised. I seen a little bit where he got a standing count off the ref as well, but he hadn't gone down. But the ref sort of stopped, and I thought that was the end of the fight. But then he gave him a standing count, which I thought was a bit strange. Um, Pete Skidmore, as men, we like to think we are all hunter providers. Yeah, I think you're correct, mate. Where have we gone here? Pete Skidmore, but I'm not eating rats. Don't blame you. He ratifies it to himself. YouTube in the US, they pay if you kill alligators. Flipping heck, yeah. You could eat one of those though, couldn't you? I think they eat alligator. YouTube, and someone said alligator meat, or if it was crocodile, is really nice. There used to be an African restaurant, Jabula, well, about 2 miles away from me, and they served ostrich and crocodile and stuff in there. I never ever went. I should have gone, but it's not really my. You know, I know what I like. I know what I like eating, and you know, crocodile and ostrich has never really been up there on the list. So, YouTube in Florida that alligators are seen as pests. I bet they are. You wouldn't want to come down and find one in your back garden, would you? Uh, Lord of the Rings. Okay, I'm back. What have I missed? Oh, we've been going on about all sorts, mate. Hunting and flipping alligators and you name it. Alfie's just had to endure another advert. Sorry about that, mate. I don't think everyone gets adverts at the same time as well. I think 5 people might get to watch adverts, and then everyone else. You know what I'm saying. YouTube lossless cut is good for basic chopping. Use it on my bike ride vids. Okay, mate. I'll have a look at that. Davy Pugh, Siberian hamster. Yeah, the rat. YouTube Alfie Lander, but you're a member and seeing adverts. Yeah, so what that is, he's just a member of my channel, which I don't know why I did it. It's just I had an opportunity to turn membership on, and it said you could turn it on, and I set it for the cheapest I could, which was I think £1.99 or a pound. I can't remember what it is. But it's a pound a month or £1.99 a month. I just thought, if it doesn't hurt the bank balance, then I'll make some extra videos like behind the scene videos for YouTube members. If you pay me £2 a month, I'll just fire a load of extra little bits of content at you. And I do it. I'll tell you another thing that I do with it. I set the videos to release at certain times, but as soon as I've edited them and uploaded them, I set them free for the members to see, or I try to. I try to set them free for the members to see. I couldn't with this latest one because the sponsors wanted to see it with a link only, and then as soon as they just approved it at exactly the right time when I wanted to release it, so that unfortunately didn't get released for the members first. But if you're a member of my channel, what I'm trying to say is if you join the membership of my channel, the YouTube channel, not none of the courses, the sales and marketing, just the YouTube channel, for I think it's £1.99 a month, then I'll you get other little videos that I'll drop in, and you get to see early releases of videos. That's what the membership is. Alfie, I might be wrong, but I actually watch YouTube on my Xbox, but type on my phone. I'm with you, okay? Not signing on my Xbox. Get AdBlock Plus. Oh yeah, I'll tell you what you can do. Yeah, before I went to a premium subscriber, I used to run Mozilla Firefox on my phone as my browser, and then you could get little add-ons for Mozilla Firefox, and one of them was an ad blocker for YouTube. But it was weird. I can't think why I stopped using it. There must have been a reason. Anyway, I'm on Google now, so I'm back on Google again. But Firefox was quite good. YouTube. I'm just talking about on PC. I'm using Chrome with those extensions. Right, okay, these lads are just talking between themselves here. Right, let's get down here. Alfie, I think it's $3.99. I might be wrong. I don't know. Wait there a minute. Let me just check. Let me just 1 second. Right, we'll find out how much. I'm sure it was a pound or something like that. Let me just check. I can see it. I don't know if you can see it. I can see my end here. Membership offer levels. Oh, sorry. You're right, Alfie. Yeah, sorry. Flipping behind the scenes access is $3.99. It's set to $3.99. I don't know if I can change it or not, but anyway, yeah. So hey, cheers for the £4 a month. Oh, it's a pound a week. Yeah, sorry, that's what my brain was thinking. It's a pound a week. It's $3.99 a month, £1 a week. Hope that's not too expensive for anyone. I'm trying to get rich, aren't I? Give me a break, guys. Give me a break. Trying to make a few quid, £1 a week, man. This time next year, Rodney. Steve Gordon, in today's society, young lads are constantly told to not be masculine, and that's all wrong. Men must learn to be able to provide and protect and survive. Without that, young lads can end up lost. Steve Gordon, you've hit the nail on the head, mate. Right, I don't want to go too deep into conspiracy theories and stuff, right? But as a government, what you will see time and time again, I believe that they purposely do this. As a government, they will literally divide the nation up. You know, you'll get Muslim lads that don't like English lads, and English lads that don't like Muslim lads. You'll get flipping rich people that don't like the poor, and vice versa. Employed that don't like the self-employed, because there's always, employed people have this concept that self-employed don't pay any tax. Like, yeah, because they just accept that the tax at the end of the year. Oh yes, Kirk's earned nothing again this year. We won't bother investigating him. Trust me. But I believe that our government used propaganda purposely to pit everybody against each other. Like, they're pushing all this transgender and stuff now, right, on us. And there's transgender people out there that probably don't want it pushing on people, right? There's probably few that do. Who knows? But ultimately, I believe that the government tried to get everybody divided against each other, because once you're divided, you can't stand as one people to oppose things. So if they want to bring in new rules like COVID, you have to sit down and put it. I'm saying too much, aren't I? Gonna get me channel tucked down. I can feel it. I can feel I'm getting on a rant. You have to sit down. If you stand up, put your mask on. Sit down, you can take your mask off. You're not allowed to talk to people on another table. I mean, all these nonsense things. And we can't resist it because we can't stand together as one people, because you hate your neighbour. So you're not going to stand with him and fight against the government. As long as we're fighting amongst ourselves and concerned about each other's issues that you don't get along with, then you'll never resist the constant encroaching government that is slowly taking away your rights and your freedoms. Now, add into the mix that as well, that the most dangerous people in society to the government are going to be young, fighting age men what is the best way to calm that down? Because young lads, older fellas are easier to control. Older fellas, they've got families and kids. People like me, I mean, what's Kurt going to do? Rise up against the government? Like, we'll just put a little pinch on him, and then he can't provide for his kids and his missus, and his family's got a concern of them. Okay, the young fellas in the 20s that haven't got families, they're dangerous because those men, they're fit, they're young, they're ready to fight, and they've got no commitments. So those guys are off the hook. We better take away the testosterone and flipping, shrink that number of dangerous men. I could be completely wrong. It's just my thinking on it. Could be wrong, but yeah, it's almost like, you know, you want a nation of people that are just like little cogs in a machine that are easy to manipulate, but just keep the wheels turning, but they'd never fight back, and we just squash them, get them down exactly where we want them so we can do whatever we want, and they just, I don't know. But I don't know what the end game is. It's all right having these conspiracy theories going around in your mind, but what is the end game? What is the purpose of having ultimate control over you? See, I'll tell you something that I think is quite funny. If you are like a aristocrat flipping, when we say the powers that be, the flipping, the people, the very top of, the people above the law sort of thing, Prince Charles mates and all those sort of crowd, they got all the money in the world, money to them doesn't bring them any more happiness. They've been born with money, they've never had to work for it, they've had money piled on them. So money ultimately is not a big thing to them, but power is, power is what makes them feel good. Not, if all of a sudden you woke up the next morning and you had 20 grand extra just dropped into your bank, you'd probably get a bit of a buzz. If you've never had to worry about money and you've always had millions, then more millions don't make you any more happier. It doesn't really make much of a difference. But having more power ultimately would make you feel better, wouldn't it? Just my thinking on this. So, how do you exercise that power apart from saying to people like, sit down, take your mask off, stand up, stay 1 meter. I just think that somebody was just having a laugh. Somebody was just exercising a little bit of power, making themselves feel good. Look at these idiots. We can make them do whatever we want and they do it, I mean, ugh. This one, easy, big man. No mad ranting now. I know, yeah. That's it now. Now I guarantee that this live has been completely demonetized. Probably me channel's just been demonetized. The flipping powers that be that are listening to everything. By the way, when my channel, when you say a swear word, it's not because someone from Google is listening. There's literally robots or computer systems that are listening to lives that pick up on things, and so if one of my lives get demonetized, I can ask for a human review, okay, to sort of call into, whether it was fair to demonetize that live. And I've done it a few times. I thought, flipping heck, I haven't said nothing wrong, so I've said ask for a human review. Me live stream was okay, so that lets you know for a fact that absolutely everything that I'm saying now is being recorded by a computer from YouTube and monitored. Everything. So now the fact that I've said in one sentence, young men rising up, Muslims, transgenders, have been, I've said all these things in one go. I reckon there's flipping little alarm bells going off in Google somewhere now. That's it. This live stream ends now and my channel's deleted. It's gone. I'm telling you. You'll look for me tomorrow. I'll be gone off the internet. YouTube trial. I had a channel with 3,000 subs and they terminated it on here. They wait until you get bigger, then pull the rug. Yeah. Honestly, I wouldn't talk about it if you cared about building a channel. You have to be 100% squeaky clean on here. I know, mate. I know. I'm with you. Dave Pugh. Yes, completely tanked and drained to a sump. Tank. Oh, yeah. This is about the behind the metal stud. using the stuff your temporary shower made of, stairwell stuck plasterboard on mesh tanking membrane. Interesting job, mate. Interesting doing basements, but just a bit horrible working conditions with no windows, isn't it? Just in the dark underneath the floor. Rob Kennedy, Guardian article incoming about you tomorrow. Conspiracy theorist YouTuber Plastro rants about. A lot of what you're saying makes sense, though. I share similar thoughts. I think we all share similar thoughts, mate. But we can't. We're all conditioned not to say nothing. We have to just shut up. Rob Kennedy seems to benefit the government when the masses are divided, squabbling about stupid shit. Yeah, 100%. It makes sense, wouldn't it? You wouldn't you wouldn't want them all getting together and flipping going against you, would you, if you were in charge? Making sure we don't have any money is far more important to them than having money. They can just print it. True. Seen that in COVID, didn't we? Remember COVID? And everyone was getting money, just sprinkling money on you. Everyone was minted. Everyone was having extensions and garden rooms and flipping you name it. There was flipping money everywhere and it was flipping nuts. They can just print it. Oh. Pete Skidmore, what I don't get is when people try to identify as being male or female, but why can't you identify as being a horse or a cow? Or try asking a 20-year-old to identify being a 91-year-old. Yeah. Do you know my view on it all? I literally don't care what anybody is, as long like I know cross-dressing fellas. I want to say I know them, I know of them, and encountered these people in the pubs. Not like I don't know them personally, but the pub where I used to drink, there was two fellas that used to come in, both of them dressed as women. And do you know what? They'd have a bit of a banter. People would say silly things to them. I used to have a laugh with them. Flipping heck, I've bought some drinks and they've said to me, "Oh, you think you're going to get lucky with one of us, do you?" And I just entertain the banter. They know they're gonna have people saying stupid things, and yes, they probably had arseholes being horrible to them. I don't really care. It didn't hurt me. It didn't hurt anybody else. Whatever. If that's, I mean, they weren't hiding the fact they were men. Do you know what I mean? They were men dressed as women. You could clearly see they had stubble. You know what I mean? And lipstick on. It was funny, but I didn't laugh in the faces to offend them. But you can have a bit of a banter with everybody. What you got to do, I believe, what you got to do is just as long as they're not hurting anybody. Nobody was being hurt. Fine. Whatever makes you happy, you do it. I'm all up for you doing what you want to be happy, mate. You know? And I think that's live and let live. As long as nobody's getting hurt, then that's all good, isn't it? That's my opinion on it. But at the same time, if you're going to be doing something way out there, expect people to say something to you. You can't, because we live in a community of people, and if everybody's going sort of in one direction and you decide to go right off on a different direction but still live in the community with all these people, you have to expect somebody to at some point to say something to you about it. That's just life. So don't get ultimately offended. I mean, I get told by my missus every day that I'm fat. Don't get offended by it. It's just a fact. I need to lose a bit of weight. Uh, Pete Skidmore. It's to what suits, yeah. Lord of the Rings, big lad, what's your channel? You're right, but yeah, I'm not going to go on about it much more. Oh, Peter, that's a touchy subject. Wouldn't even get into it. Steve Gordon, next time you get a second, take a look at the declaration inside your passport. That's interesting. On the trial, wars happen, it's just a thing. History repeats itself. True. History does repeat itself. Uh, History does repeat itself, mate. And to remind me of that, I have certain little. The winners of wars get to paint the. I can't say too much. I definitely don't want to get me channel flipping bald. We won't even go. We're just going about something else. Doesn't matter. I was going to go on about something and show you a few photographs, but let's just not even entertain it. It would be a bit close to the bone. Uh, Rob Kennedy. The live stream has stopped. All I can see is an Israel flag. Uh, he's taking the mick, Pete. We're gaslighting ourselves, snowflaking ourselves. I know, I know. Bitcoin crashed at the start of COVID, then it rose up 3 times, all-time high. Rob Kennedy, I'm just kidding, Peter. It felt like an Israel flag would be the funniest thing for the YouTuber to put up after terminating the stream. YouTube, I'm a ginger lesbian Nazi table tennis pro with one leg on Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays. Dave, Dave Pugh, subterranean hot stuff, but all the same. That's I can't understand some of this. Um, Lord of the Rings, common sense is no longer common, mate. You want to get the best common sense on anything, right? Just talk to an old person about anything that's going on and their take on. You go and speak to someone in the 70s. Go and speak to anybody in the 70s and just put any subject before them, and they will give you a no nonsense, non-offensive, straight wisdom sort of answer. It's flipping class. That's why I love old people, man. They just put it to you straight in such a nice way that just cuts through all that crap. And that generation have just got the gift of it because they haven't been sort of indoctrinated so much as what the younger generations have been. Alfie, there's nothing wrong with the people that want to identify as what they want, but I can't stand shoving it in school, teaching all of it in school. It's wrong. Kids shouldn't learn about it, to be honest with you. Mate, I've sort of had this with my daughter's teachers, and I get it. Yeah, the rainbow flags, and they were saying, it's an LGBTQ safe space in the school and stuff, and great. But what I was saying to the teacher is, it should be a safe space for all children. Yes, it's okay saying it's safe for them, but what you should be doing is teaching kids to be nice to everybody. You know, not just one group of people. Everybody should be. You shouldn't be bullying anybody for anything at all. That's what the schools should be saying. It's safe for all kids. YouTube. In my local pub years ago, a darts team came from Byron's. It was 2 blokes with sequin dresses on. And the arse got out. They were showing their bare asses. People were too worried to say anything. Oh, mate. YouTube. Uh, Elusive, not on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and the weekend. I'm not. On the trial. You should kick stream. Rob Kennedy. The winners of war get to paint the pictures of history, basically. Yeah, 100%. 100%. Peter Skidmore, Hollyoaks on Channel 4 should be banned. I don't even watch telly, to be honest with you. I do not watch TV. Might watch the odd film, but that's it. I don't sit and watch telly. YouTube trial. That's right. Stop the bullying. Most bullying wouldn't even be on these minorities. They are a minority. So what about the majorities? Yeah. Yeah. I tell you who get a hard time in school, and I never realised it. Growing up as a young lad, you don't really notice. Um, there's always a little bit of bullying with lads, a little bit of. It's more like a pecking order, isn't it? And sometimes you'll get a dickhead that'll just keep pecking at someone, But lads sort of figure out the little pecking order, and then that's sort of it. That doesn't, in my opinion, doesn't seem to be a massive, massive thing with bullying with lads. There, there is. There'll always be a dickhead in school that will make one lad's life absolutely hell. What I mean is, the broader picture, the whole population of lads in the school, the amount getting bullied would probably be a lot smaller compared to girls. Girls on other girls is horrendous. I've realised with having daughters, the amount of stuff that goes on with girls is flipping absolutely nuts. young girls, I would say, have it the hardest with the bullying situation in schools, unfortunately. And they say some of the most flipping cruel things to each other. I mean, at least with lads, I mean, you might get flipping punched or something. I don't know what it is with girls, like they're just literally ruthless. I know I've seen the messages as well. I've seen some of the things that they say to each other, and I'm like, flipping heck. If someone said that to my daughter, I'd be straight round the house. And that's happened a few times as well. Uh, our Chloe had a little bit of crap in school, and the school didn't do nothing. This is my eldest daughter; she's 21 now. School didn't do nothing, so I just said, "Right, find them on Facebook. Show me who the parents are. Like, sussed out who the parents are. Straight round the house, solved like that." You usually find that someone knocked at my door and said, "Your daughter's making my daughter's life hell." The problem will be solved there and then. You in now, and you deal with it, don't you? You usually find if parents will will fix their flipping kids. If their kids are being bullies, the parents will put them straight, usually straight away. Uh, Elusive. I don't care what you are, but they claim I don't even LGBT plus RZNMS. I don't even know what that is, mate. Um, I don't follow it that much. Steve Gordon, societies are built and fall by the working class. It's never a bad thing to talk that what matters most. We're all family men in here, and the young lads in here will eventually have families too. 100%, mate. What the problem is, Steve, I'm 100% with you, and I'm all up for free open speech. The problem is that the live stream gets monitored by a computer, by Google. That's the problem. So if I say certain things, which I know for the fact I have now, then it'll potentially just get reviewed and cause, there could be a nerd somewhere that decides, yes, that's it, delete channel, gone. And that's it. That's the end of it. Um, User unknown, all TV should be banned. Well, if without TV, mate, how do they feed you the propaganda? Can't ban the TV. That's how they control you. That's how they keep you in line. They've got to have the TV. All the money's online. Yeah. Lord of the Rings. Please be careful, Kirk. You're kicking against the goads of those who watch over these channels, mate. I know, mate. I know. Uh, Elusive. I'm from Sheffield. You need to bully or get bullied when I was in school. Lol. Well, I know it can seem like a dog eat dog world, but Peter Skidmore is Hollyoaks what is letting these kids think they can identify as one. Yeah, maybe. I'm not even reading. We'll can it. We'll stop talking about stuff anyway. YouTube. I hung around with the bullies. That's how I avoided it. I sort of floated in school, mate. I sort of knew everyone. I used to hang around with the cool kids that had all the fancy clothes, had all the top of the range gear. And I'd knock around with like the sort of the kids that didn't have much money but were all like the naughty kids, and then I'd knock around with the nerds as well. Flipping, I just I was like a free spirit in school, just go and do whatever I wanted. But I think what sort of helped me was the way I was sort of brought up as well. Me, da- my dad was quite a flipping hands-on, flipping violent fella, So if you were naughty, when I was even if you weren't naughty, you were getting filled in anyway. When I was a kid growing up in like in school and that, even if you weren't naughty, if my dad come home with an angry head on, like you just better get ready for flipping fighting because he was going to lay into you. I mean, my dad wasn't one for like smacking your bottom if you were naughty. You just get punched. So basically, I think because I was sort of brought up like that, where I would have to flipping basically defend myself against a man when I was like flipping 11 years old, and going boxing and learning how to sort of throw a punch. You soon realise that when you go to school, these kids, they're all just flipping gobshites, and when it comes to actually fighting, none of them can do anything anyway, you know? So I was never a bully, but I soon realized if someone tried to give you a little bit of stick and started trying to push you around, just crack them, and they just leave you alone. So that that was it. You didn't have to sort of be a bully or not a bully, just if someone tried to give you any hassle, as long as they knew that, yeah, he's not it's not worth giving him any stick because he won't give in. He'll flipping fight you to the death, and they just don't bother with you. Uh, Steve Gordon, okay, I'll jump in line with the no, no, I'm not saying jump in line. I'm just saying, mate, all I'm saying is I probably I don't want to lose my YouTube channel, so I'm just not going to speak about it. But I've still got my own opinions, as I'm sure you've still got yours. We don't have to get in line with the on board of it all. We just have to just, I suppose, speak about it where it doesn't flipping affect, you know, getting shut down. Uh, right, Robin Tristan, we all need some cheese and chutney. Flipping, that sounds good to me. Cheese and crackers would be nice now. Uh, Pete Skidmore. Sorry, I'll stop going on. Mate, lads, do you know what? I've actually, just so you know, I've actually got an email from, I got an email from Rumble, yeah. So we'd have to do this sort of spot on time every night. I got an email from Rumble saying that they would like me to go onto their platform as well. Now, Rumble is just like YouTube; it's basically exactly the same, but they advocate free speech. That's what they're all about. So we could potentially, if I sort of set a time and a day and stuck to it, which I struggle with, but if I tried my hardest to, go on Rumble. We can talk about anything you want at all, without any worry of being closed. And even if they did close it down, if we said some crazy stuff and got that channel shut down, it wouldn't matter, because I'd still have my YouTube channel. So that's an option as well. That's an option. But trying to get people to go from YouTube to there, I mean, there might just there's 40 of us on here now. I mean, there was like flipping 200 before, earlier on tonight. So I don't think we'd quite get 200 people all logging on to Rumble. Do you know what I mean? But it doesn't really matter. I'm not really that bothered about the numbers. It's just trying to get people to log on to that instead of here. YouTube, my dad wasn't hands-on, but he certainly knew how to put me down. Yeah. Yeah, dad, that's the thing with dads, man. They flipping they know, don't they? Dads know where your weaknesses are. Steve Gordon, school good old days, British Bulldog, came home missing teeth. Yeah, we used to play Death Square. And as you'd progress through it, you'd go through the death tunnel, which would progressively get worse and worse. So it'd start off like, you're getting Chinese chops, and by the end of it, there's people trying to punch your head in for you as you have to run through 20 kids all trying to punch you in the jaw. Elusive on the chart. Is it possible to get into work by self-teaching? I didn't go to college for this or anything, but I'm interested in trying. Yeah, I'm sure it is, mate. I'm absolutely sure it is. If you want to look in this life, I believe you can do anything you want if you really want to do it. If you decide that that's it, I'm not taking no for an answer, then yes, self-teach yourself as much as possible. And then the best way into the trade is to actually work with another plasterer for a while. You will learn so much more when you're working with somebody else that actually does this as a full-time job. So maybe teach yourself as much as you feel you possibly can. But before you start going into other people's homes, see if you can find another plasterer to work with. You know, offer to work for them for free. It'll be cheaper to work for somebody for free for a week than what it would to go on a week's course where you still have to use that time but pay somebody. See what I'm saying? You're saving that payment by just working for free. Now, ultimately, I keep saying this: no real man is going to have you work for free all week. The offer of you working for free is a no sort of commitment for him, so it makes it easier for it to happen. And at the end of the week, I'm sure any decent man would say, "Hey, listen, there's a couple of quid. You've been spot on." But getting in with somebody else will make your transition into the trade a lot easier. Uh, Elusive, if you need a mod for the chat, I'm in. Let me know. Elusive, the problem is, mate, it's me that's flipping says most of the stuff that shouldn't be getting said. If I need a moderator in the chat, mate, it'd be me getting cut off. um, Rob Kennedy, Rumble sounds like a good platform. To be fair, I think it's some Canadian lads. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It's not. It's American or Canadian. I know that. Um, I've got a channel on there now anyway, and there's a few videos on there. I think I've got about 10 videos on there, and they've got about 6 views between all 10 of them. The problem with it is I couldn't literally migrate onto that channel because the audience is mainly American or Canadian, and the plastering that we do here with British gypsum is solely British. That's the rubbish thing about having a plastering channel. If I had a woodworking channel, it could appeal to the whole world, because I mean, there's wood everywhere. I mean, if there's certain things like plastering, unfortunately, because we use British gypsum, it's only in the UK that we have that plaster. So it doesn't appeal to the rest of the world. I mean, I get a few American people saying, "What's wrong with the mud, man? Why is your mud a wrong colour?" It's like, oh. Otherwise, we could just go on Rumble, couldn't we? But I don't. My channel will never do any well on that platform. I don't think ultimately. Huffle, we need a TV show where you plaster in different countries all over the world. Love you to work from Australia, old Liverpool boy. Would love you to work from Australia. Huffle, are you in Australia? Because I would love to go and do this as well. I've been thinking of this, doing little holidays, going plastering in different places. I would genuinely be up for it. So, where are you, Huffle? Are you in Liverpool or are you in Australia? Because if you're in Australia, now you've said this, you've got to let me come and stay at your place. I'm coming to plaster your living room ceiling, mate. Adam R. Who's the better plasterer, you or your dad? Oh, mate. Hands down, me dad. How could I ever say I'm better than him? At the end of the day, mate, it depends how you determine better, doesn't it? Depends how you determine better. I don't see it as anybody's. I think with certain things, you just got to sort of judge yourself by yourself. I want to be the best plasterer I can be. I don't really give a monkeys what other people are doing. When I think about how there's loads of bitchiness in plastering, loads of plasterers hate on each other, and ultimately, you might get one fella that's flipping fantastic at dry lining and dabbing or something, but then he's not quite as good at skimming. And there's another lad that's great at skimming but can't do anything else. And then everybody goes, he's just a skimmer. He's not a real plasterer. But then, but then there's guys that do fibrous work that can't skim living room ceilings. It's what is good and what isn't good. Do you want to be a specialist in one thing, or do you want to be a good all rounder? I mean, the best thing to do, I would say, is try and be the best you can possibly be and try and learn as much as you possibly can. And once you've got all that knowledge, I've had to decipher this stuff that I've learned, a lot of it from books that are written in older language that would like make no sense whatsoever to most of the young lads these days. So I try and put the knowledge that I've got in my brain into a way that is easy to understand for like my kids. Because they're all gonna have TikTok brain by the time they're ready to start learning plastering. I'll feel like, I know, mate. We was banned from running for the week. Someone cracked there. Okay, Steve Gordon, mods on a channel full of plasterers. That like drop a cow in a tank full of piranha. Yes, mods on a channel full of plasterers. it would be like herding squirrels, wouldn't it? Because the minute you started telling people to stop it, they would literally everybody popping in saying worse things, wouldn't they? Just seeing if they could get themselves banned. I know I appreciate the offer of the moderation, mate, but to be fair, I can literally we literally only get the odd lunatic from time to time that comes in as a troll, and we just I don't usually ban them straight away. I'm lying there. I usually just say to them, "Do us a favor, mate, knock that in the head." You know, I don't want to ban you. I don't want to stop you commenting. So just say something constructive or ask a question or say add something nice to the chat or shut up. Because I can just ban you with one click. But then we had a smart one before, and he come back two of it. He come back twice with different accounts. But I mean, it was like he's had to go and make a new account or whatever. And it was just another click. My little mouse is here. I just click and he's gone. So, Pete Skidmore and give you a follow. Where are we up to here? User unknown. How many bags of finish can you fit in a suitcase? I actually know the answer to this, mate, because I went to. It's funny actually. I got flown out by a fella. He wanted me to go to Switzerland. Well, I did. I went to Switzerland to plaster his living room ceiling and his basement ceiling. Okay, so he got a cut. He asked me. He sent me pictures of the job. He got all British plaster imported to Switzerland, and the courier that took all the stuff over was buying it from B&Q, driving it to Switzerland on a wagon, on a little truck, and then he'd get paid over there. I told him that we needed so many bags of bonding because we were floating out some concrete ceilings that had been painted and sealed. And they need so many bags of bonding and so many bags of finish. Now I sort of overestimated a little bit because I knew we might be short. So when I was getting ready to go to Switzerland, he said he just had his delivery and they were 2 bags of finish short. And he said to me, "Could you and young Kieran, who went with me, could you put a bag of finish in each suitcase?" He said, "But the thing is, it's 20 kilograms you're allowed on your luggage." I'm not joking. I'm not joking. 100% the truth. There's a video on this. I've made a video on us going to Switzerland. I think it's called "Traveling 1,000 miles to Plaster a Ceiling" or something like that. The video's called. But he said to us, if you get 2 big plastic bags, you can tip in the plaster into it, and then you can seal all the plastic bags up and both put 20-kilogram bags of plaster in your suitcases to bring up to Switzerland. And I was like, mate, are you having a flipping? Can you imagine me turning up at the airport with a suitcase full of powder? I mean, even though it's pink, I mean, what the hell? I would be getting strip searched. Flipping Manchester Airport. I wouldn't leave, would I? I'd have sniffer dogs all over. I'm not joking. He genuinely asked it, but I said to him, "Listen, don't worry. It's fine. It's fine. We will have enough plaster to do it. We've got enough there. It'll be okay. I'm quite good at making it go further than what it meant to go. I can just put it on tighter. We'll be okay." But yeah, that was great. That was an absolutely fantastic little break. This fella paid for us to fly out. He put us up in his house. We plastered his living. I did all the walls. We ended up skimming loads. We plastered his living room ceiling, all his walls, and his basement ceiling. He took us out. We had meals out. We had drinks out. I was swimming in Zurich Lake because he lived on the Gold Coast in Zurich in Switzerland. We were swimming in the lake. By the way, Switzerland's hot in the summertime. It's not cold. I thought I was going like it's gonna be snowy. It's not. It's flipping. It's like France, if you know what I mean. It's like southern France. It's flipping warm. So yeah, we had a great time, and then he flew us back again. Absolutely fantastic. International plaster smuggler. I know. Yeah. Can you imagine? Can you imagine being in the airport? I just had visions of me and Kieran like that, hands up against the wall with flipping guns pointing at us and flipping sniffer dogs, like flipping like just cutting the bags of flipping. He wanted big clear bags, of plaster open. Oh no way, no way. We're going to do a plastering job in Switzerland, mate. in customs. Adam R, fully get what you mean, mate. I agree. It's not a competition as long as you do the best job you can and you know it's good enough and take care. Everyone is their own person at the end of the day. That's it, mate. That's it. That's it. There's certain things that I'm definitely better than my dad at. 100%. I'm faster at skimming than him. But there's certain things that, he's better than me at. Peter Skidmore, don't worry about what people think of you because they're all worried about what you think of them. That's it, 100%, mate. I mean, look at me. I don't give a monkey what people think of me. I go out in my work. Me work clothes, me going out clothes. Like, I don't give a monkeys at all, mate. Better this clean and tidy job. That's it, yeah. Steve Gordon, for a plasterer to call you a lunatic, you're off your chop. You're spot on there, mate. Dave Pugh, plastering book by J.B. Taylor is good. There it is. There it is. Steve Gordon, finishing your suitcase. I've heard it all now, mate. I'm not even joking. I wish it was a joke, but it's a good story, isn't it? International plaster smuggler. Take it you've not got a job. There's a flipping. I can't see the rest of your comments, Stephen, because it's right at the bottom and it's right next to the reaction button. So there's a bit where you've said something and I can't see it. But take it you've not got a job at 8 tomorrow. No, off to Edinburgh tomorrow. And it's 2:30 in the morning, boys. So I think I've enjoyed our little chat. I'd say we call it a night, lads. Get some shut eye, lads. Don't click off this stream now though and start going on all other videos and watching YouTube videos about flipping who knows Usyk and Fury's flipping press releases and stuff or whatever else you're gonna go and watch. Just get your head down. Adam R, you ever used or heard of the table salt easy fill technique? Can do a patch in half an hour. Do you know what, mate? I've heard of people saying put table salt in the plaster and put table salt in the easy fill. I've never tried that. I've tried almost most things that people fire at me. I've done. Most things people say you're doing it wrong. Do this, and I'm thinking I know how to do that as well, mate. I've done that for years as well. I can only show one thing on my videos at a time. So just because you've said it that I haven't done it on this video doesn't mean I don't know about it. But I haven't done that. I've never put table salt in plaster, so I haven't experienced that yet. Alfie, damn 5 hours. I know. How do you think I feel? I've been talking for 5 hours straight. So how my voice is going. Pete Skidmore, good night all. Good chat. See you all next week. Take it easy, Pete. I'm signing off myself now. Let's just read these last lads, what they've said here. Right, it's been a good one for me, Kirk. Shit ton of waffle and the most random conversations, but it's been fun. Have a good time in Edinburgh. Take it easy, Alfie. Good night, God bless, mate. Adam R, I never knew. I never have either. I'm interested to give it a go. Yeah, it'd be a good experiment, mate. I might even try it as a little experiment, actually. But don't you do it first, mate. You let me know what goes on first. And if it's good, then I'll do it a video. Rob Kennedy, good stream, mate. Have a safe journey tomorrow. Thank you, Rob. Steve Clark, top man. Keep up the good work. Brilliant channel. Love it. All the best. Steve Gordon, all the best, Mucker. All the best, chat. Enjoy Edinburgh. I will do. Dave Pugh, learned from a bloke who grew up with no beads, just wood for making up the corners. Yes, the old fella. I remember he used to have to tie the sticks on the back of his van, on the top of the van. Flipping absolute pain in the backside. And if they started to bend one way, twisting them. Oh, yeah, I've done it. I know all about it, mate. Flipping nightmare. It's been emotional. Good night, God bless. Gents, get some sleep. Well, I'm saying that. You do what you want. I'm getting some sleep. See you next week. Adios. I'll give you the shout from Edinburgh if anyone wants to watch and see what's going on there. It might be carnage. It might be dead peaceful. You might just see me sat next to a flipping In a boozer by myself, who knows? Adios. See you later, guys. Where's the button? That's how tired I am. I don't even know where the button is. Good night, God bless.